Peggy 18.
Welcome to your life. There's no turning back. Even while we sleep, we will find you acting on your best behavior. Turn your back on Mother Nature. Everybody wants to rule the world. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. So glad we've almost made it. So sad we had to fade it. Everybody wants to. There's a room where the light won't find you. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to. The world.
A desperate people know nothing of mercy. For years, we the people had suffered the cruelty of men too fed to starve, too rested to care. But no more. La République had endured years of war and failed military campaigns. A play for power by kings who cared more for their legacy than their people. With the nation deeply in debt, the nobility carried on with their lavish lifestyles. ignoring our struggles and levying taxes upon us to shoulder the load for La France. We starved in the streets, tossed aside like rats. No longer would we be left to die. We formed a National Assembly for the Third Estate, our first step in the fight for independence. Yet, we never could have known the dangers that lie waiting. The National Assembly vowed for life. We were willing to do what was needed, violently, if necessary. We surged, unstoppable. The taste of freedom and liberty fell upon each of our lips. When La Bastille fell, we grew hungrier, not for bread or for grain, but for justice. Even His Highness wasn't safe from our reach. For too long had he dismissed our threats. Let him try to ignore us now. After ordering the death of the king, one man thirsted for control. He claimed to represent the people against the monarchy, but was far more dangerous than any king. Maximilien de Robespierre. The slightest suspicion of counter-revolution was met with death. Mere rumors and speculation saw many of us meet our end. Families torn apart by Robespierre's reign. A reign of terror. Hundreds of thousands dead. Streets ran red with blood. But the reign of terror would not last. Robespierre knew he was to meet the very end he had brought upon so many. While fighting his arrest, he tried to make his escape, but he was unsuccessful. A bullet to the jaw to remind him of his failure. A desperate people know nothing of mercy.
Liberté, égalité, fraternité!
This is the history you know. Behind the bloodshed and la guillotine, a different secret revolution awaited. Its story burning to be told.
Make history. Assassin's Creed Unity. Pre-order now for 2 bonus offers. The Guillotine Spin to Win game. Get a chance to win prizes every Friday. And the explosive Chemical Revolution mission. Pre-order now. Available October 28th.
Peggy 18.
Citizen! Citizen!
Napoleon?
You certainly don't look like a blood-crazed revolutionary. The hood is a bit sinister, though, if you don't mind my saying.
It is sometimes hard to remember how easy life was before the world changed. Now people are starving in the streets, and those with the will to fight back are imprisoned, or worse. Where am I?
In hell. We shall yield to nothing but bayonets!
The life I had is gone.
Your father was an assassin, Arno.
The world I knew with it.
Father?
He gave his life, fighting for the liberty of all mankind.
Are you prepared to travel the Eagle's path?
Boys ready?
Rise, assassin.
Amongst the violence,
The vote is cast, Grandmaster. The king will die.
amongst the chaos,
Honor your father's memory.
I will find justice no matter the cost.
This is why I joined the Brotherhood.
For revenge.
For redemption.
Monsieur Maximilien de Robespierre.
I will never talk.
Marquis de Sade. You used me. We used one another.
You're the only one who can save the Brotherhood?
We can, together.
It happens tonight.
Please.
You want to protect me?
I want to help you.
Nicely done, my friend.
If you don't have the stomach for revenge, then I don't need your help.
We've been betrayed from within.
Conspiracy. Intrigue.
I have to do this myself.
Make history. Assassin's Creed Unity. Pre-order now for the explosive Chemical Revolution mission. Get the Season Pass. Save 30% on 8 hours of new content. Includes a new campaign, more missions and weapons, and a new downloadable game. Pre-order now. Available November 11th. Peggy 18.
This morning, I was just a drop. A single drop that soon became a river. In this river, hope was born. From this hope rose a raging flood. A tidal wave of change. And if anyone stands against that tide, tonight we will become a revolution.
Peggy 18.
Revolution is a game of power. It is played in the shadows and scored in blood.
So young, and yet so serious.
Trust no one, not even those you call friends.
You're not an apprentice anymore, assassin.
The rich idle. The poor starve. Our fight for liberty begins.
This is what France has come to.
I never walk away. I never say away. I'll never ago.
It is not your place to choose your own targets.
And I was there, standing outside your door, waiting for you to show me how to stay.
There are some who would reign in fear, but we are stronger together.
Ready to fight.
Alright, welcome back to another stream with Assassin's Creed, and today with the start of AC Unity, continuing our Stealth and All Mission Objectives challenge with the Ubisoft Montreal games. And yeah, now that we finished Watch Dogs, it's time to move on to the next game released in 2014. And yeah, that's of course another big and ambitious project, as we have seen already in the trailers. You know, the way it was kind of like advertised as like the next big generation thing. And yeah, same could be said, I guess, for Watch Dogs, you know. They've kind of like tried to go very ambitious and maybe overshot themselves a little bit. But overall ended up with very kind of like innovative games, I would say. But yeah, welcome in Mr. Godi, also Harbinger, thank you guys for joining. And everyone else who's lurking. So for Unity we're gonna be of course doing a very in-depth run, also to kind of like go with Harbinger's viewer pick of me doing an in-depth playthrough with Unity. So we're gonna be doing everything that's kind of like important for the story, or any kind of mission. Doing all of the optional objectives as well, of course, to kind of like have that extra challenge going on. And on top of it, of course, having the stealth challenge where during a mission or during any kind of like stealth location, we can't be detected. Otherwise, the counter will increase. And every time it happens, we will reload the last checkpoint, or if that's not possible, restart the entire mission. But yeah, if you want to have like an in-depth look at what we're doing, that's all of the missions and activities we're gonna be including, guaranteed. With the regular challenge we have been doing since AC1. And also another thing we're gonna be doing, of course, is we're gonna be having a citizen counter. To see how many times guards or NPCs or during the story they do say citizen. It does also include Or maybe it includes the ones in the databases, I'm not sure yet. But yeah, every time we encounter like a citizen, it will be tracked. But yeah, so I would say it's time to start our playthrough of AC Unity. Let's do it.
The past is not lost. The past lives inside us. Encoded in the double helix are the experiences of our ancestors. After 3 decades of research, our engineers have forged the cutting edge of biotechnological interfaces. We have unlocked the lives of our forebears. We have opened a window into the past. This is total immersion entertainment. With the press of a button, you will experience the most pivotal moments in history. All from the comfort of home. Welcome to Helix, where the past is your playground.
There we are, inside the Helix. Now, bit of a context here. Of course, we still have a modern day story. And the last modern day we had was in Black Flag, when we were kind of like a employee of Abstergo Entertainment. So the division of Abstergo that kind of like works on, yeah, kind of like entertainment products, like movies and games and stuff. And one game they worked on in Black Flag, of course, was Devils of the Caribbean, featuring Edward Kenway. And yeah, they kind of like have been using that to do research on the different historical settings by having people dive into the memories and then deciding what part they want to have in the entertainment product and which part they're keeping to themselves. So for instance, whenever they encounter like a first civilization artifact or temple, it will be cut out of the game and instead kind of like shown a fake version to the player of what's happening. And yeah, Devils of the Caribbean is basically like a stripped down version of Black Flag, you know, also showing the Templars from a more positive light and the Assassins from a bad kind of like light. And with the titles you can see it's kind of like showing the bias on Abstergo's side. Like Murder in the Levant, the Triumph of the Borgias, you know, like they did in Triumph. Fear and Loathing in Florence, you know, kind of like showcasing Ezio's way of living is something to be judged. The Lone Eagle with Haven, The Emperor's Shadow in Chronicle China, The Liberation of Lady Eveline. So that's another entertainment product where the game is even built around the idea that everything is corrupted and you have to kind of like seek the truth by hacking the files and seeing the original that isn't corrupted by Abstergo. Washington and the Wolf, with Connor of course, The Bladed Cross, the Jazz Age Junkies, so maybe like the 30s or something. Would be cool to get to play this. And we have Hell in Hibernia. And yeah, first the Tragedy of Jacques de Molay. So it's actually a memory we can play, all of the other ones are locked. And will never be playable to us because it's just kind of like extra lore, right? Like, we've obviously have played all of these games. And the last 3 are just kind of like future potential projects. You know, that technically AC could be working on. Hey there, Afro. Just in time, let's go. Best prologue ever. Shame we can't replay it. Yeah, that would be really cool if it was replayable, you know, in the progress tracker. But yeah, it's such a good intro for sure. I do love how the setting is like totally different to what you would be expecting from a game set in the French Revolution. But yeah, who would have known that the events during the end of the Templar reign at the early 40th century, I think it is, would have had such an influence on the events in the French Revolution. Rift completions, forgot about those. Yeah, that's gonna be something we will be doing also to get the modern day documents. Because I do want to read up on that and kind of like get as much of a modern day as possible.
Last of the heroic Knights Templar, Jacques de Molay was a man of principle, a towering intellect, betrayed by those he trusted. In this episode of Fallen Heroes, experience Jacques de Molay's final tragic hours through the eyes of one of his closest friends and advisors.
Who goes there?
A friend of the temple.
Floirac. The Council's message was absolute. You're not welcome here.
I must speak with the Grand Master.
He's in session. They all are. Another day, perhaps.
King Philip disagrees.
Damn you, man. Why you're not rotting in a cell at this moment, I cannot fathom.
We are betrayed. Draw your swords, men. Defend the temple. Not you, brother. I have a different task for you. Come with me.
Okay, we got our first person database entry here for Jacques de Molay. Jacques de Molay was born between 1245 and 1250. Oh, that's a long labor. So yeah, for your interest, the notes marked with the star are kind of like notes by Sean. And yeah, that means of course he makes a comeback in the database as well. He was born at Daughter Molay, Hort-Saône. He was received into the Order of the Templars at the Bonn House in 1265. After the Fall of the Acre, a general chapter meeting of the Order met in Cyprus in September 1291. He was elected Grand Master on April 20th, 1292, and led the Templars to the height of their power. Under his influence, the course of European history would change for the better. In 1307, Philip IV of France and Pope Clement V concocted a scheme to destroy the Templar Order. King Philip, deep in debt to the Order, trumped up largely unsubstantiated charges of heresy and blasphemy against de Molay and his followers. On October 30th, coordinated raids ended with the arrest of nearly every Templar in France. On May 2nd, 1312, the Pope officially dissolved the order and gifted all of its assets to the Knights Hospitaller. In March of 1314, Jacques de Molay was burned at the stake. With him died one of the greatest civilizing forces of Western Europe. In 2001, researchers at the Vatican's secret archives uncovered a document written in 1308 by Pope Clement, which absolved Jacques de Molay of all charges. How the parchment was lost remains a mystery, however. But I think we can agree it didn't lose itself. That's very interesting because the database entries are written by Abstergo Entertainment employees as kind of like a propaganda, or kind of like their view on what happened historically. And the notes are by Sean, who's kind of like making corrections or kind of like comments. about how ridiculous it is. Like, yeah, the parchment was definitely kind of like retrieved by Abstergo, you know.
King Philip's.
And another thing I'm gonna be doing here is I'm gonna enable the subtitles. That's better. Afro, the fall of the Templars from the public image is such an interesting topic. Like Thomas de Carneon expresses in his diary, being driven into the shadows made the assassins stronger than ever. It did great wonders for them, and now they have given the same advantage to the Templars. Yeah, it's definitely easier to fight the enemy you know than the enemy you don't know. And by not having people be in like these high positions, it makes it very difficult to kind of like keep on track what they're planning and what they're doing. Even if it's kind of like diminished the influence of the Templars, they arguably have become like more dangerous afterwards.
Moving faster than we expected.
Another hand is at work here.
The Pope?
The assassins.
Assassins? I thought the Mongol Khans broke their power decades ago.
The assassins are far older than Massilev, my friend. Their anarchic delusions are virulent as the plague, less easily eradicated. We will not prevail this night, but if you make haste, we may yet save our order.
What must I do?
Go to the tower. Take the sword and the book. Hide them. They must not fall into the assassin's hands.
Grandmaster,
Go!
I will.
Escure de Florac. A courier of the convent of Montfaucon, Escure had been in prison at the same time as a renegade Templar. Escure and this unnamed Templar confided in each other, whereupon the Templar allegedly revealed a great many vices and misdeeds within the order. Upon the strength of this evidence, the order of the Poor Knights of the Templar of Solomon, the Knights Templar, were rounded up and destroyed. It's kind of interesting because in Valhalla, you have kind of like a bit of like the origin story of the Templars, you know, kind of like the opposite to this, which is kind of like the end of the Templars. Where King Alfred is kind of like writing letters to Eivor, giving him hints about the Order of the Ancients, as the poor fellow soldier of the Temple of Solomon, I guess. Or poor fellow soldier of Christ, something like that, which is like another name of poor knights of the Temple of Solomon. And yeah, they're all just different names for kind of like Templar. So if you know about that, then you know that whoever wrote the letters in AC Valhalla, which turns out to be King Alfred, is kind of like one of the original guys to create the order.
Hold the bridge! Hold! Down! I have to take a different way.
Pope Clement, hear me? Before this year is out, you will answer for your crimes before God Almighty! And you, King Philip, no punishment is too heinous for the great evil you have inflicted upon the temple! I curse you! Curse you to the 13th generation of your blood! You shall be cursed!
Consumed in flames of hunger and wrath, thus came the age of true wisdom to a blistering close. The Knights Templar, once the proud shepherds of order, peace, and illumination, were no more.
Yeah, let's get a sniffer running. If Abstergo pings us, pull me out. Okay. I have a visual. Hey there. This is probably disorienting, so I'll be brief. I'm Bishop, not my real name, obviously, but that's as much as you'll get today. Please listen carefully. Abstergo is using you, hijacking your neurons to help them sift through genetic memory data. These guys don't have their fingers in countless corporations, governments, media outlets, and NGOs. But now, they want control over history itself. If that doesn't frighten you, it should. But we're here to stop them, and I need your help. Deacon, preload gene sequence, AD16, B13, I87.
Yep, spooling it up.
Last week, we gained access to a bank of unsequenced memories in Abstergo's Helix servers. For now, we'd like you to experience a small sample. This should help you understand our struggle. And after that, you can decide for yourself what comes next. We'll be waiting.
Arno.
Can't I go with you, Father?
Courage, my boy. You wait just here. I will return when this hand reaches the top.
That's forever.
Not as long as all that. And when I get back, we'll see the fireworks. And Arno, no exploring, hmm?
Yes, Father.
And there we are.
You'd rather sit without, Prune? Come on.
Playing as young Arno.
Aren't you coming?
After running into smoke bomb head first is never a good idea. Yeah, I mean, gotta chase him, right? That's kind of funny how it's like very foreseeable if you've played the previous AC games. I guess the Templars never learn. Hey there, Flexeric. What is this? Is Unity? It is, yeah. Yeah, we just started the game. The prologue was set a bit earlier. It's actually in the early 40th century. It's kind of like the end of the Templar Order. It's kind of like a prologue, I guess, to what's happening in the French Revolution, because the two events are connected. Yeah, that scene, Afro, is so good, you know, also the way it kind of like looks with reflection in the eyes, and yeah, that whole like curse is also very important because there's some people connected to Jacques de Molay, namely sages, that kind of like share that hatred for the crown and for royalty. And yeah, that is kind of like something that the sage in this time period is kind of like been sharing. Yeah, Fruit's like, sure, count me in. It doesn't sound suspicious. Hey there, Jagger. Yeah, this is on PC. Playing with a GTX 1060 and AMD Ryzen 5 2600. Interiors in this game are crafted so beautifully. You love lighting. Yeah, the lighting is amazing. And one of the reasons it is that it's like baked lighting, which means it doesn't travel, right? Like we could stand here for ages. And the sun wouldn't have changed position. Which allows them to really like optimize certain times of the day. Even though there's only like 4 different ones with morning, noon, dusk and night, I guess. But yeah, all of them look really good. Use the same system in AC1 where you didn't have kind of like a dynamic day-night cycle. And for that reason, AC1 still looks so good, I think, as well, because the lighting just does a lot of work for the game. It's a mod that adds shade to the intro, muttering, "I make my own luck." That reminds me of a person who does all of these mods changing character models. And I think there's also one for Shay or something that they've done. Or at least somebody who looks like Shay.
Too slow.
Not like his character model actually exists in this game.
You're gonna get such a thrashing.
Quickly, quickly.
Yeah, what a pussot. A sucking pig. How could I?
Allez. Bet you can't steal one.
So there's a guard. And if I get detected by him, it will be counted against me.
Thief! Put that back!
Like full detection, of course.
Royal Highness, not the likes of you.
There was a really cool last known position feature, which is excellent.
Do you know what the penalty is for stealing?
For the stealth challenge here. It really helps to kind of like calculate where people have been seeing you and where they're looking for you.
Hurry, through here. Did you see their faces when we stole those apples?
I'm Arno.
Elise.
I'm here with my father.
So am I. He has important business with the king.
What should we do now?
Shh. Listen. Don't worry, they'll never think to look for us in here.
It was my fault. I'm the one who took the apple.
Let's see where they're going. Hurry, something's happened. Hurry up.
Not just Shay's voice, but as modded too on that beam above Arno and Elise. Yeah, imagine. That'd be kind of funny. We're gonna do the co-op missions alone or online. That's a good question, because for the stealth challenge, I think would make more sense for me to play it alone, I guess. But there's also some missions where it's extremely difficult to do that stealthy and alone. For example, the Women's March, I think would be insane to do alone, completely stealthy. So maybe I make an exception for that mission and play that co-op, I guess. I think all the other ones should be doable, even the tournament, to do stealthy, alone. But the Women's March, since you have like so many checkpoints of guards, and you kind of like also under time pressure, you know, I feel like I have to make an exception for that mission. But yeah, I would definitely do online sessions for, and I'm probably gonna invite some viewers as well. So yeah, you'd also be welcome to join, Evro. But yeah, most of the streams will focus on single player though. But yeah, I might be doing like kind of like one day or one session where I do a bit more co-op together with viewers.
I sincerely hope this unfortunate affair does not darken your opinion of our nation.
Monsieur, if we judged nations by the character of their criminals, we should all be called barbarians.
Benjamin Franklin.
Elise.
Father?
Come here, girl, now.
Father?
Come away, boy.
Arno. Arno. Look at me.
Rest in peace. "13 years later."
Can't win fairly at cards, so you stoop to thieving, you bastard!
Calm down, Victor. I've only come for my watch.
It's my watch. I want it fairly.
Well, in a just world, Victor, I would agree with you, but this is not a just world. This is France.
You're a dead man.
Oh, step lightly there. You'll hurt yourself. I just had a nice chat with your brother.
You go. Fetch the marshals.
Hold on a minute. Diable.
I've got it, Victor.
Sorry. Pardon, madam.
So we gotta vote and pass over and under objects.
Gentlemen, please, we can come to an understanding. Please, excuse him, he's not housebroken.
And we can't be ticket.
Thick-headed blacksmith like you probably can't even read a watch.
Come over here and say that.
No.
Get back here!
I love how he kind of like always answers rhetoric questions.
Ah. A wise man knows when to admit defeat, Victor.
Arno Victor Dorian. Born to Charles and Marie Dorian in 1768, Arno appears to have spent most of his early childhood traveling around Europe and North Africa with his father, his mother having left after what was described as a philosophical difference. Philosophical difference here can be taken to mean found out her husband killed people for political reasons. I imagine she was very keen to consciously uncouple from that guy as quickly as possible. Arno drops out of the historical record until the mid-1780s, when this name comes up in several dispatches from the Marshalsea in and around Versailles. Fragmented records identify him as a prisoner in the Bastille in 1789, but he wasn't among the prisoners liberated when the fortress was stormed. The only other direct references to an Arno Dorian are in the Journals of Napoleon, in entries dated August 1792, October 1795, and May 1808. I'm still working to dig up more details on Arno's relationship to Napoleon. Suffice to say, they had an interesting friendship, in the way that a philosophical difference can be interesting. Yeah, that's right, Afro. Egypt being one of the destinations they went together to. And later, Arno also came back to Egypt when Napoleon was looking for the apple that he sent there after the events of Dead Kings. Little information is about Francois de la Serre survives. A minor nobleman, he kept an estate in Versailles and a smaller house in Paris, and was known to be a close confidant of the king and of Mirabeau. His wife Julie died sometime around 1777, and de la Serre was left to raise his daughter Elise on his own. So one thing I'm gonna disable in the hut is definitely the puppeteer. Kind of like the actions on the top right.
And where in God's name have you been?
Ha! Got you now, you little shit!
Just a little misunderstanding, nothing to...
Your master's harboring a common criminal. In broad daylight, he broke into my home and stole my watch.
Did he indeed? Well, I'm sure the Marshalsea would be more than willing to sort this out.
Sort what out, Olivier?
A most serious accusation against your ward, sir.
He robbed me.
Of what, precisely? Wait for me in my library.
Don't give me that look. Victor cheats when he plays Pharaoh. Everyone knows it.
Arno? Who are you talking to?
No one, monsieur.
You'll be happy to learn I persuaded Olivier to leave off calling the Marshalsea. Again.
Je vous remercie, monsieur.
What is this? The 6th time? The 7th? Perhaps a new hobby might be better for your health.
Well, I find playing cards affords many opportunities for fresh air and exercise.
We'll talk about this later. I have business in town and must collect Elise before I can attend to it.
Elise is here.
Only for the night. She returns to Paris first thing tomorrow.
She'll need an escort, won't she, with you so preoccupied?
One of you running amok is quite enough. Remain here and see if Olivier has any chores for you.
Sure he does.
What was that?
Give my regards to Elise.
Yeah, quite like Arno as a character, you know. But he kind of is always like a bit like talking back, you know, like answering rhetoric questions. I know, kind of like all adds up to give him like already quite a personality.
Laisse-moi lui parler alors. Comment différent? Je suis un gentilhomme. Qu'est-ce que vous manigancez, vous deux? Une question question triviale. Rien qui...
Il nous aura fallu tous avec
Estates General. An urgent message has arrived for an absent Monsieur de la Serre. Track him down and deliver it post-haste.
Thrown out onto the street yet?
Oh, you would love that, wouldn't you?
It'd break my heart.
Olivier, if I weren't here, who'd do all your work for you?
The horses need brushing, boy. Get to it.
Certainement, monsieur.
Sire de la Serre, wait! Nom de Dieu. Nom de Dieu, nom de Dieu.
Some trouble, mon ami?
A letter for Sire de la Serre. It's very important.
Oh, calm yourself, Perrault. That letter won't reach Monsieur de la Serre any faster if you drop dead of exhaustion. Give it here. I'll catch him.
You must receive it today. It's very...
Very important. Yes, I heard you the first time. I'll see that he gets it.
Monsieur de la Serre! Stop!
Make way, make way!
Monsieur de la Serre! Please excuse, wrong carriage.
What I need is a bird's eye view.
Welcome to the database. Hello. We haven't met, but you can call me Sean. I just thought I would say, it seems Abstergo has put together a rather lovely historical database that you can peruse as you're running around. Unfortunately for you, the historian gave things a bit of a, well, let's just say they have a particular viewpoint they're keen to get across. Sean here. Look, I just want to get this out of the way because as soon as anyone mentions the French Revolution, someone else's eyes light up and they start going, do you hear the people sing? In that weird way people do when they're both talking and singing at the same time. Then I have to listen to a god-awful rendition of a song from that god-awful musical, and I seriously start to consider trapping my fingers in a door just so I have something else to think about. The French Revolution, the one you're in, started in 1789. Have you got that? Les Miserables, the novel by Victor Hugo, later turned into a musical by someone who very clearly hates me personally, and is dead set on making my life a living, breathing hell, is set in Paris in the time period between 1815 and 1832. Which was an entirely different revolution. Stop looking for Jean Valjean, alright? He's not here. Anyway, I prefer cats. It's more believable. Amazing. I just love Sean's outrage at anything that isn't historically accurate. I can get behind that. Yeah, we're looking for a viewpoint here. Let's get it. man, I kind of miss this parkour system.
There you are.
One thing I love is how far the viewpoint kind of like zooms away. Just showcasing how massive the neighborhood is, you know. And this isn't even Paris yet, we're currently in Versailles. And yeah, already we can use eagle vision and we can also use social stealth. That's gonna be the first mission we can actually stealth in this game.
Back away, citizen! Now!
Yeah, that was definitely closer than I wanted it to be. It's fine. So the State General. Of course, this was kind of like a meeting of all the different states. You know, like the royalty, the people of the church, and like the workers. We have discussed the future of France and create more of like a balance. Ultimately, what leads to a French Revolution, you know, because those rights weren't really granted. What the fuck? That guy just falling down there.
Who the devil are they?
La dette de l'État, déjà immense à mon avènement au trône, s'est encore accrue sous mon règne. Une guerre dispendieuse, mais honorable, en a été la cause. L'augmentation des impôts en a été la suite nécessaire et a rendu plus sensible une égale répartition. Une inquiétude générale, un désir exagéré.
King Louis XVI. Louis was never meant to become king, but his father died in 1765, followed by his two older brothers. When his grandfather Louis XV died in 1774, he came to a throne for which he was ill-prepared. Louis and his wife would fail to provide France with an heir for 7 years, to the derision of the French people. Even the celebrations of a wedding day would end in tragedy, with the death of 100 Parisians following a stampede at a fireworks display. An indecisive man, in the words of one deputy, the king spent his whole life saying each evening that he was mistaken that same morning. As his younger brother, the future Charles X, would say, not without irony, trying to get Louis to hold to a position was like trying to hold Greece billiard boards together. Amazing that phrase never caught on really, but then trying to get a phrase to catch on is like oiling a hammer and expecting a cat to marry it. You can use that one if you like. His 19-year reign would become increasingly agitated since the court was incapable of reform. Louis XV had merely covered up the nation's problems without actually resolving anything. His heir wished to be called Louis the Severe, to contrast with the permissiveness and debauchery of his grandfather. But as far as public opinion was concerned, he would be Louis the Weak. Never mind Louis the Weak, there were so many men called Louis around, you could have a Louis of the Week. What decisions he actually managed to make turned against him. The war with England to support Franklin and Washington would ruin the kingdom, and by 1789 debt-ridden France had reached a state of virtual bankruptcy. The situation was exacerbated by the trade treaty with London. The British were way ahead of the French technologically, inundated France with their industrial products, spelling ruin for French artisans. Some of these products would even be used in the revolutionary riots. While food shortages were due to bad crops and weather, those who were hungry blamed them on the rich. Meanwhile, pampered and pensions in Versailles far away from their roots, the nobility had become another adversary that would further undermine the system. The same went for the lower orders of the clergy, who shared the general misery of their flock. The king didn't see it coming. The nobles would bring about a revolution to which they would too fall victim. In summer of 1791, with the revolution heating up, Louis approved the perilous plan to secretly flee from Paris to supposedly loyal troops in the east. The royal family's arrest at Varennes would spell the end of an absolute monarchy. On August 10th, when the grounds of the Tuileries were invaded, Louis took refuge in the National Assembly, but the damage was done. Shortly thereafter, he was stripped of his power, arrested and sent to the medieval fortress of a temple, and from there to his doom. His trial was brief and ultimately only for show. Witnesses who testified in his favor were massacred in 2 instances, while the documents that could have proved him innocent were not passed on his defenders. In short, it was a travesty. The judges had all but decided on the verdict from the onset. The absolute monarch who didn't even reign over his court was influenced by all those who surrounded him. What should I do? He asked the reactionary French writer Rivero in September 1789. Act like a king, came the reply. If only. Louis, who had a passion for geography and great exploration, and whose hobbies were locksmithing and carpentry, was simply not cut out for the job. In my experience, you should never trust a man who lists his hobby as locksmithing. You can't play Unity without French dubs anymore. That's fair, I guess. Especially if you cannot get used to it, Harbinger. You're telling me that the 2 thick-headed blacksmiths use social stuff just like you to enter the meeting? Maybe, yeah. I mean, I guess I must have. I don't think we're part of a 3rd estate meeting here. Or who knows, maybe they are.
So, who or what will take its place? Another king? A council of capable men?
That is the question, isn't it?
A truce, then.
What the devil was that about? Now, we can resolve this without recourse to violence, can't we?
Get him, Hugo!
I suppose not.
Get him, Hugo!
Honoré Gabriel Riquetti, Comte de Mirabeau. Born at Le Bignon, Mirabeau suffered a virulent case of smallpox at a young age, which left his face scarred with pockmarks. His family was quite wealthy, and his father obtained for him a commission in the cavalry, but the army was a poor fit for him. Young Mirabeau became embroiled in an affair with his colonel's wife. When the affair came to light, Mirabeau's father had him imprisoned on the Ile de Ré. He spent many years in and out of prison, always one step ahead of creditors, and more often than not, angry husbands. Sounds like a young Ezio. Later, while in prison at Fort de Joux, he seduced his jailer's wife and escaped with her. He settled in Amsterdam, where he became involved with various occult societies. Later arrested by the police, he was again imprisoned for 3 years in the castle of Vincennes, where he wrote dozens of texts in which he condemned the arbitrary nature of French justice, as well as an essentially pornographic text, Erotica Biblion. At this point I should say that this bed-hopping, war-dodging, erotica-writing, anti-establishment gigolo sounds like the most Frenchman ever. I mean, he took Frenchmanhood to a whole new heights. And when I say Frenchmanhood, I'm talking about this level of Frenchness, not just French manhood. Actually, I'm talking about that as well. Once released from prison, his life changed when, in Neuchâtel, he met the Genevese revolutionaries in exile, including financier Etienne Clavier, who would play an important role in Paris. These talented men formed the foundations of Mirabeau's group and political reasoning. He wrote, he signed. This explains his prolific production. Politicians have always used ghostwriters. He attacked the banks in his texts in return for payment by another banker, thus allowing him to pay off his mountains of debt. He also attacked French minister Charles Alexander de Calonne, which led to yet another letter de cachet and his subsequent exile in Prussia, where he acquired the certainty that the middle classes shall only be freed by joining forces with the lower classes. In any case, the nobility wanted nothing to do with this strange marquis. At the outset of the revolution, he was elected to represent the Third Estate at the Estate General. For all that, the inspiration for his political workshop lay with his friends. Mirabeau, and an exceptional orator, was merely the spokesman. The remainder of his story is better known. His services were paid for by the king as early as October 1789, even though the court never heeded his advice. Proof of his secret dealings with the king came with the discovery of a famous iron chest at the Tuileries Palace, containing among other things correspondence and a list of payments. However, by this time he had already been in the grave for 60 months. Prior to his death, when his health, damaged by his excesses, had all but failed him, his last speech was delivered by Talleyrand, but an actual fact had been written by Genevese pastor Etienne Salonion Rebars. And he's the Grand Master of the Assassin Brotherhood, which they failed to mention here, but it's also Abstergo kind of like wanting to keep that for themselves. The Dampers Napoleon demolished the temple in 1808. Ah, did he? Damn. It's so hard to act and read the dialogue at the same time if you use French voices. That's fair too, I guess. Kind of like getting the right, you know, parts read at the right time and stuff. Yeah, no worries, Harbinger. Enjoy your break, and I catch you later.
Easy, big fella.
Let's see what you...
Not your day, is it, Victor? To your health, gentlemen.
You, boy! Stop! What are you doing there?
Running!
What are you doing there? Yeah, it's another force detection here. Vive la France. Hey there, Romulan. Welcome in.
He's getting away! Is that your best?
Getting back in there now. Catch them back at home, I suppose.
I said to play this in 2023. Yeah, I do play through all of the AC games every year, usually. This year I'm just playing through the Ubisoft Montreal developed ones. But yeah, Unity is always being played at least once a year for me. I am. And this game is absolutely stunning. I gotcha, Romulan. Very nice. Yeah, good morning and welcome in. Thanks also for the follow. Wanna join a club later? Thanks for the offer. I do actually have my own club that I've created like many years ago, but I appreciate the offer.
Je suis pas sûr qu'il t'écoute. Je finirai le travail des frères Amélie. Tu me paieras ça de ta vie, tu entends? C'est notre mère de ça. Elle est si fière de son objection.
I want to kind of collect a couple of the cockades here so we can have like more different styles of kind of like clothing that we wear. I actually don't have the option yet to assassinate because I don't have hidden blade. But if this isn't during a mission, nor is it kind of like a stealth location in that sense, so I can be detected here and I can go into combat. Oh, a first citizen. Look at that. These guys are actually quite tanky for the beginning stuff that I have. Kinda like how there's actually unique animations for Arno at the beginning, where he doesn't have hidden blade yet. Killing animations. The one we just saw. Bit of a bloody business. used to play on with French with subs. Interesting. Definitely can add to the authenticity, I guess, playing in French. I've seen the clan deck before. Yeah, we definitely have quite a few members in the club here. I think it's pretty much full. Not all of them are playing super actively, but I guess maybe a few of them are still. What's my in-game name? It's Crocodile. You can see it also on the top left of the screen, where you have the health bar. Can I actually access my club from here? I can't yet. I gotta unlock the club feature in-game before I can access any information about my club here. You mean my club, Romulan? Or do you mean a game session? The club? Yeah, sure thing. I mean, I always look for active members, and if people haven't been playing for a good while, then I usually kick them as well. But people can always rejoin too. Yeah, I can definitely make some space and invite some viewers who are actively playing. I can invite you to Airflow if you want.
Yes, science!
But yeah, I gotta unlock the club feature first though, before I can do any of that though. So won't be happening until we join the Brotherhood. There's still gonna be couple more hours maybe. Hey there, Derry. Welcome in. High society. Elise leaves for Paris in the morning, sneak into the ball at the Palais de Versailles to spend the evening with her.
Bonsoir, Olivier. Has Monsieur de la Serre returned?
Senor de la Serre is not expected until late.
Ah, well. I suppose I'll just pass the time with Elise, then.
Don't get your hopes up just yet. Mademoiselle is at a private soirée in her honor at the palace.
A party? I wasn't invited.
Neither were the horses.
I'm sure she just misplaced my invitation. I'll find my own way in. How late is
A
late?
letter?
Perhaps an hour,
For me?
perhaps 3, perhaps not at all. I do not question the comings and goings of my betters.
I'll just wait here, then.
Wish there were more missions in Versailles so we could explore no more about de la Serre and Elise. Yeah, that's true, I guess. I wouldn't mind a longer introduction either. Oh, really, are they Romulan? Damn, that sucks.
I'm poor and sick and hungry.
Hopefully it comes back up soon.
Elise never enjoyed these high society balls. She'll be home soon.
There's different things we can interact with here.
Les tragiques. Too depressing. I could just slip it under the door. He'd see it the instant he returned. Le traité du monde et de la lumière de Descartes. Never could get through that one.
Reminds me of when we talked about Descartes in philosophy class.
Mémoire de Monsieur d'Artagnan. Elise's favorite.
Ah, okay, so you mean like the entire Ubisoft PC is down for you? Interesting. It wasn't an issue for me. But I seen somebody else mention that earlier in Rod's channel too. Hey there, Gamerloop. Welcome in. Howdy. How's it going? It's going good over here. We have just been starting with Unity. Very much enjoying it so far, again. How good is my French? Really bad. I mean, I don't speak French. I never learned French. I do know how to pronounce some words, I guess. But often I will also completely butcher French words too. I will still try, I guess. Because I'd rather try to get some right instead of like anglicizing every French word. But yeah, my French is really bad. Can't speak it. What about you? Or anybody else in chat? Is anybody speaking French? That's good to hear, Gamerloop. I hope you're still enjoying AC2 as well. Huh, that's really weird, Romulan. Because I didn't have any issues when I started this game. But who knows what's happening right now, you know, it was like over an hour ago, I guess.
Hop, hop.
There. Safe and sound, and only slightly delayed. And now, to the palace. I couldn't sneak through a sewer in these threads, much less a ball. Here, here, mon ami. Let me take care of that.
Well, thank you, young man.
Maximilien Robespierre. No guest.
Arno. Le Chevalier du Télème.
Invitation, s'il vous plaît.
About that, I had one, of course, but on the way...
No invitation, no admittance. Now clear the queue. Next, please. Charles Gabriel Sivet. 2 guests. Next, please.
Tight, yeah!
Hello friend, hope you are having a wonderful day. Just came by to resub, busy day, enjoy less than 3.
Hey there Danny, welcome in. Thank you so much for the resub, dude. I hope you have a good day, even though it's busy. I really appreciate the resub, and yeah. Have a good one, dude. Gabriel, you're not a native speaker or a French speaker, but you do speak a little bit of French. But your A1 certification French, that's all. I gotcha. Well, it's cool, but you can at least speak a little bit. I would love to. I love all the particles flying around here. I gotcha, Romanin. Oh, that's good. That the launcher at least works again. Or not. Hey, the Buster Bunny, welcome in. You gave a try to Unity, but was so disappointed. Or were you? So, what disappointed you about Unity, Busted? Generally assume most Europeans would bilingual given their close proximity and ease traveling to neighboring countries. Yeah, it's definitely the case for lots of people, I guess. Especially bilingual in terms of like learning English as the main second language and then potentially having another first language. Since you only have like one place where English is their native language. But yeah, I mean, sometimes people also learn 3 languages, I guess, if there's like another one in addition. Usually, if you do like the higher education, you get to learn a 3rd language. In my case, it was Latin. But I never learned Latin, of course, to the degree where it can be spoken, since it is not really an actively spoken language. And to be honest, I remember very little of it. But yeah, lots of other people had the choice also to get to learn French. And sometimes even like Spanish. But that was more rare. Yeah, I mean, I guess spoken Latin in terms of like, you know, that you would have like active exposure to the language being spoken. With English or French, that's very, very different, of course. Gameplay is clunky, a lot of co-op missions, also story felt off. You got to the point of hunting some Beggar King. I gotcha. That's fair, I guess. Yeah, it can be a bit of a rough start, I guess, kind of like getting used to all the controls and stuff, you know. I can say that it gets better the more you're gonna spend time with it. But yeah, it's definitely something that takes a bit of a while to really get the hang of with the gameplay. It does get quite satisfying once you get to learn some of the mechanics a bit better. But it is a bit of a longer road to get there. But yeah, maybe just need a break from it and come back to it at a later point again. Sorry to hear, Vo, that it left you disappointed.
Quite the turnout. Quite.
Like in the show Barbarians. Yeah, I guess the question is also always like how was Latin actually spoken? You know, with a lot of Asian languages, that's very difficult depending on where you are. And yeah, I mean, even historians nowadays are kind of like discussing that still. But yeah, it is quite interesting, I think. I mean, also in Assassin's Creed Origins, they do speak Latin too. When you get to the Romans and the occupation of the north of Egypt. I don't think it's particularly authentic though. I think it's just like NPC gibberish pretty much.
Let's just put in a short appearance to be polite. I'm tired.
As you say.
Third estate practically up in arms, and they're having a party.
What's this party for, anyway?
Not sure. Some kind of confirmation ceremony for the De La Serre girl.
I gotcha, Romulan. That's really cool that you're speaking that.
Is it shift change yet?
Come back to the party.
The love.
Look at that one. Pretty sure his shoes cost more than my rent.
She does not.
Birdcage in it. Little doves fluttering around.
Birdcage in it. Amazing.
You up there! Stop! Get down! Will you let me back in if I do? What? Certainly not! Well then, if it's all the same to you, I think I'll stay up here. Come here!
I just love that about Arno so much, you know, the fact he's like answering rhetoric questions and it's also like, you know, asking a question that's is redundant, I guess. Citizen. Let's go use the bad version of Latin. I'm honestly not sure if the version that I learned was bad or not. But I certainly haven't kept a lot of it. But that's my own fault, I guess.
I'll see you in the garden later, yes? Of course.
It's a fun fact, but some of these guys are marked in golden. That's because they later become targets. They're actually part of the Templar conspirators. So we have the one with a confession kill here. And we have the King of Beggars right there. The Roi de Thune. Got the woman responsible for the shortages of food.
I can't remember the last time we were all together like this.
It must have been that business with,
And I would thank you not to speak of that.
Madam.
And we got the guy sitting in the council, I guess, who's actually voting for the execution of the king. And we got Lafreniere over here. He's actually technically not part of a conspiracy. He's even tried to warn Monsieur de la Serre with a letter that we should have delivered, but failed to do so in time. But he actually warned Mirabeau of the conspiracy and isn't actually one of, or shouldn't have been one of our targets. That's quite cool. You can see them like super early in the game. It's pretty much like the first thing you learn in Latin, Romulan. My name is.
M'accorderiez-vous cette danse pour gentilhomme?
Merci. Un autre jour.
For sure, the plebs would riot this afternoon.
Elise de la Serre. The only daughter of Francois and Julie de la Serre, Elise grew up in a modestly wealthy but incredibly privileged environment. As a member of the aristocracy in the waning days of the ancient regime, she had access to the finest tutors, medicine, and food available. After her mother's death in 1778, Elise spent a great deal of time traveling, including several years of study in Paris.
King, new taxes are not a word of concession on a matter of representation.
Nonsense. What the lower classes are always needed is a firm hand and guidance.
Quite so. Mark my words, we'll all blow over.
Yeah, it will all blow over tomorrow. I'm sure.
And so I said to her, Marie, you call her Marie. Of course. I know this is for girls, but that's my sisters. You and the Queen. That's what I said. The Queen who grew up in the air and goes by and among her intimates. Excuse me. I do believe I see Monsieur Necker there. Did you see she's wearing? What do you expect? She's half savage. I hear she spends her nights gambling in dockside bars. And that's the least of it.
Honestly, I pity her father.
She always did love the chase.
But this Assassin's Order keeps being very pretentious for the game, or is that a spoiler of some sort? You mean like the Brotherhood in this game feels pretentious? I mean, I can see why that would seem that way, with like all the ceremony and all that, right? Which is quite different to the previous Brotherhoods in like comparable times. But yeah, I guess it's kind of to showcase that even though time has passed, they kept to the traditions quite a lot. But yeah, I guess that's also something that some of the assassins are kind of like criticizing a little bit, you know. But they're kind of like still stuck in their ways. That's definitely something that's important about the Brotherhood, you know, that they do have those traditions they keep by. Yeah, I do remember that, Romulan. That's really cool that you got it for free there. Thought it was like a nice gesture, you know, especially considering how authentic the Notre-Dame was in-game. I think Ubisoft even offered their kind of like in-game model of a potential like rebuild of Notre-Dame. I don't think that they used the motto, but it was offered by Ubisoft, which I think is also a nice gesture. But yeah, there's actually some things that are different between Notre-Dame and the original because of copyright infringement, essentially, especially indoor. You had to change some of the windows and some of the art and stuff, because they couldn't legally do it the same. Yes, they did. They made a behind-the-scenes video about just the creation of the Notre-Dame, and they had to change it. You can trust me on that.
You seem to have caused quite a commotion.
Well, what can I say? You were always a bad influence.
Oh, you were a worse one. Are you wearing one of my father's suits?
Are you wearing a dress?
Don't even start. I feel like a mummy wrapped up in this thing.
Must be quite an occasion to get you so fancy.
It's not like that. Truth be told, it's a lot of ceremony and pontification. Dull as dirt.
Well, when you don't invite me to your parties, everyone suffers.
I did try, but my father was adamant.
Your father?
Go. I'll distract them.
What? You're kicking me out?
It's complicated. I'll explain later, but for now, out the window.
Oh, no. You're not turning this into a repeat of that apple orchard.
Stop being such a baby. I'm sure there aren't any guard dogs this time. Go! Oh my! Now, wasn't the billiard room at all, was it?
We are pursuing an interloper, Mademoiselle de la Serre. Have you seen him?
No, I shouldn't think they can climb stairs. Not with those little hooves. And how did they get out of the royal menagerie?
Not an antelope, an interloper. A suspicious person. Have you seen anyone like that?
Oh, there was Madame de Polignac. Her hair has a bird in it. I think she stole it from the royal menagerie.
Please move aside so we may check this room, mademoiselle.
You'll find only me, I'm afraid. I've been searching for the billiard room for almost an hour.
We can show you there, mademoiselle, and we'll lock the door to prevent any further misunderstanding.
If I had 1/10 her wit.
Yeah, it's so funny, like, there's been an interloper. Oh, you mean an antilope? It's amazing. I just love how Elise can play dumb like that, you know. She would be very good for social stuff with those kind of skills. Okay, let's get out of here.
Could have been on party duty, but no.
Waste of time. There's nobody out here.
Who's even going to come out here?
10 to 1 I end the night cleaning a rich man's vomit off my shoes.
You all right, monsieur? Too much of the king's champagne? Monsieur?
Monsieur de la Serre! Monsieur de la Serre! Sylvain, come away! Guards! Help! Murder!
Mon Dieu! He's killed Lord de la Serre.
No, it wasn't me. Damian wielded the knife. Please, have mercy.
Talia est omnis divisa in partes tres.
They're killing us! Oh God, have mercy! They're killing the prisoners in here!
That's enough of that, you degenerate!
Where am I?
In hell.
And here we are, blamed for a death that we didn't cause, in the Bastille, one of the worst prisons. It's actually quite funny because the Bastille actually didn't have that many prisoners. It was kind of like more of a symbol, I guess. There, when the storm of the Bastille actually happened, there were maybe like 10 to 15 people, I think, in prison at the time. Yeah, there's a new party of a database entry for Francois de la Serre. He died under mysterious circumstances in 1789. You see this sort of whitewashing a lot when notable Templar falls out of favor, someone steps out of line or fails to keep up with the time, and suddenly the rich tapestry that is a unique, lovely human being is reduced to a historical footnote about how terrible they are. A bit like Americans and their celebrities, really. Yeah, Afro. A bad influence. I think they're both a bad influence for each other, but also positive at the same time, I guess. Interesting, Romulan. I can't say I have seen that movie yet on Netflix. It's kind of cool how once you get introduced to the prison here and you get dragged inside, you can see several characters again. You see Lafreniere apparently imprisoned. And you also see Marquis de Sade, who later becomes the new King of Beggars. And he becomes like both an ally to you, but also a bit of a controversial figure, I guess. Because he's also the guy who wrote countless novels about priests taking on with goats and stuff like that. It's a very kind of like extreme erotic stuff. But in a way he also did it to provocate, I guess, because liberty for him was like brought to an extreme, I guess. and that he wanted to showcase in his books. The kind of like speak the unspeakable.
Welcome to your new home.
Why, thank you.
Hello? I must speak to someone!
Like covered guard is walking into the other guard. Just moonwalking.
Open this door!
Scream all you like. No one cares. What are you staring at, pisspot? Don't bother me, boy.
I must speak with Elise de la Serre! Do you hear me? Elise de la Serre! Elise! Bring Elise to me! I'm no killer!
You're wasting your time.
And that's when we have to stop trying, because it doesn't do anything.
From where I'm sitting, I could kill you 7 ways. 12 if I had a spoon.
So you can kill me with 5 different ways using a spoon, apparently. That's interesting.
If you snore, I'll strangle you in your sleep. That's fair warning.
No!
What?
Not the hot irons! Please! Anything but that!
It's quite interesting, but the symbols you can see on the wall, they are actually glyphs from AC2. Like the symbol on the left. Or the symbols down there. Like the monkey. There's even the triangles and pyramids and stuff. And the kind of like seem like they're inscribed on the wall currently, like regularly, like everybody can see it. But what Arno doesn't know is that he can only see it because he has eagle vision, right? Even when he's not actively focusing on it like this, he can see it. And then later, when he was made aware of that he isn't supposed to see the symbols, he doesn't see them again, because he's like snapping out of it. But that really showcases that he's like a natural tendency to see things with eagle vision, even if he hasn't trained it actively. But yeah, afterwards he has to concentrate to actually see these symbols again.
You should feel honored. These days, the Bastille is reserved for madmen, deviants, and traitors. So, the question is, did you kill someone important, or fuck someone important? Hmm? Not that it makes much difference now. Here we're all well and truly fucked.
Ain't that the truth?
Forget about escape. It's a fool's dream.
So one thing of course I'm doing is I also want to trigger all the unique dialogue in the game, if possible. So if there's kind of like optional snippets of dialogue somewhere, I would try my best to listen to that too. I can't guarantee that we'll listen to everything, probably not, but at least as much as possible. Yeah, now there's nothing left to do except for going to sleep.
Where'd you come by this, pisspot?
I'm in no mood for this. Give it back.
Take it back. If you think you can.
What's the matter, my delicate flower? Did I hurt your feelings?
Take the bastard down a peg.
Fight! Fight! Fight!
Well struck, pisspot. See if your defense is as good.
So much effort for a broken antique.
The only broken antique in here is flapping his idiot jaw.
Say that again.
I've nothing more to say, old man.
Let's go. Hit him.
Give me what's mine, and go back to your crazy drawings, old man.
Drawings?
These here. Everywhere. Scribbled like chicken scratches all over this cell. Where?
Come here, you little pisspot.
Get your hands off me!
Look at the wall!
What are you doing?
Concentrate. Concentrate. Open your eyes before I poke them out. What's the matter? Crotch rot spread to your brain already? Focus. Open your eyes before I poke them out.
He's very impatient.
Come on, boy. I've had runny shits that were harder than this. Open your eyes before I poke them out. Concentrate, pisspot. Come on, boy. I've had runny shits that were harder than this.
What are they?
Messages from the past. I had myself thrown into half the prisons in Paris in search of these. What's your name, boy?
Arno. Arno Victor Dorian.
Dorian. Of course. Pierre Belec. I knew your father.
Bully for you.
He died at Versailles. I'm in what? 76? 77? December, as I recall, no witnesses.
How did you...
Your father was an assassin, Arno. He gave his life, fighting for the liberty of all mankind. You stick with me, you might just live long enough to join the Brotherhood. Honor your father's memory.
Listen, I'm sure your little cult is a delightful bunch, but I'm not interested. The only thing I care about is finding Elise.
How are you planning on doing that from in here? Hmm? again!
Ow!
Focus, pisspot.
What the hell is going on out there?
Citizens are restless. Keep an ear open. Opportunity might just come knocking soon.
That was cannon fire.
Sometimes opportunity sounds a lot like cannon fire.
Secure the prisoners!
Follow my lead.
Pierre Belec. Born in New France sometime around 1740, Pierre Belec joined the French colonial militia at the age of 16, at the start of a 7 Years' War. He served with some distinction, earning a commendation for valor at the Battle of Fort Bow, but mustered out and traveled to France in 1762. As luck would have it, just barely missing a massive purge of the colonial branch of the Brotherhood by the Templars. Don't worry, these don't happen anymore, or hardly ever. You know what, lock your doors, just to be safe. He seems to have settled in Paris, judging from the numerous arrest records in his name over the next 2 decades. He may have been at the Bastille in 1789, but no conclusive proof naming him as one of the prisoners has ever surfaced.
Prisoners up against the wall.
On whose authority? I told you this was going to end badly.
Silence! Stay back! Prisoners up against the wall. Stay back!
Right, let's get out of this shell.
You there! Oh, run like you mean it! Out of here! Hold on, damn ya! I'm cut blocked!
Keep him off me for a bit, pisspot. One of them stabs me, I'll haunt you to an early grave.
Okay, so it's another force detection scenario here.
Belec, is the door open?
Not quite.
We have a problem.
You're flying!
Find a solution.
Lovely.
By all means, take your time! Yeah! Keep him busy!
No need to rush on my account.
Box on the beach, Welcher!
Belec? You've got to be kidding.
Got it! Let's go, pisspot! Out the window. Come on. On the right! Don't let them in! Quickly! While the crowd has them occupied. This way! Fire! Fire, damn you! Stop the prisoners! Hey, you there! Don't lose the bastards! Hold down your weapons! Stop right there! Here! Drop your weapons!
Where now? Up! Brilliant. And how do we get down again?
Trust me!
Just want to check. we've done all of the optional objectives, but I think we have. Like, if they're not being displayed anymore, then they should be finished.
I surrender! I surrender! This way!
What are you waiting for, Pisspot? It's time to jump.
What? Prison scrambled your brains, old man.
Drink took care of that a long time ago. Now get up here!
I can't, that's impossible.
Impossible? That's the purview of every assassin boy. If you can pluck your head out of your own arse, come find us. Make a great fit. Goodbye, Pisspot!
You! Back away from the ledge!
Absolute chills, right there. Love it.
Please? That's some welcome.
One can't be too careful. But after what happened...
Elise,
Haven't you done enough to repay my father's kindness?
Elise, please. You can't believe I killed Monsieur de la Serre. Your father... He wasn't the man you thought he was. Neither of our fathers were.
I know exactly who my father was, Arnaud. And I know who yours was. I suppose it was inevitable. You an assassin, me a Templar.
You?
Does that shock you? My father always meant for me to follow in his footsteps. Now all I can do is avenge him.
I swear to you, I had nothing to do with his death.
But you did.
No. No! By my life, I swear I didn't. Is that...
A letter intended for my father the day he was murdered. Read it.
Grandmaster de la Serre, I have learned through my agents that an individual within our order plots against you. I beg you to be on your guard at the initiation tonight. Trust no one, not even those you call friends. May the Father of Understanding guide you. L.
I found that on the floor of my father's room. A no pin.
I didn't know.
Neither did my father.
How could I have known?
Just go. Please.
The devil is this supposed to mean?
Paris is now open. You can now explore the city or play the next single-player mission to continue Arno's story. Yeah, here we are, in the city of Paris, for the first time. Also got an update for Elise de la Serre here. Seems likely she was getting a healthy dose of Templar training indoctrination during this time. Must be nice to get to training along the French Riviera. I had to make do with a leaky shed on Wolverhampton. After her father's death, she seems to vanish from documented history, likely as a result of revolutionary efforts to purge records of the nobility, or the Templars trying to cover up one of their regime changes. Plus the combat here fits weird, just a buddy who knows nothing about combat fights like Witcher. I guess that's why the Pierre Bellic and Arno training sequence is kind of important, because he does get better at combat being imprisoned, I guess. Kind of like training day and night. But yeah, I mean, already at the beginning, Arno is quite good in fencing, I guess. So maybe he's kind of like had some kind of like education in that sense as well. He certainly have the means with his upbringing. But yeah, for now I want to focus on the main story to kind of get to a point where we become an assassin. Then I'm gonna start focusing on the city center and getting the missions done there. For one of these glyph symbols here, they're gonna be part of the Nostradamus Enigmas, which we're also gonna be doing and solving. We can technically unlock the ability to solve murders. Let's actually do that now. I didn't know we could do it already at this point.
Get in there! That's 3 times this month.
I gotta eat. You gotta feed me. Works out.
Shut it. What do you want?
A lot of crime going on. Need help?
I've got things well under control, thank you very much.
What about all the murders you never solve?
I said shut it, Vidoc!
Think about it. He solves them. You get the credit.
Tell you what. Solve a murder, I'll give you a weapon out of the bin. Meanwhile, I have more important things to do.
Hey! I know the streets. I can help you out.
Why would you?
Because that stinking stupid pig of a police minister doesn't have the stinking stupid sense to do anything that might give even a grifter like me hope that someday, this city might not be a shitty place to live. And because I'm bored out my bloody mind.
Oh, for the love of God, Vidoc, shush!
Amazing. So we could already start solving a murder, but I'm gonna do that once I actually have become an assassin. For now I just want to get the introduction here to murder mysteries, I guess. Eugene Francois Vidocq. Born in 1775, Vidocq was but a lad during the French Revolution. He spent his youth as a petty thief and was frequently in jail. However, his association with thieves was to prove beneficial. By the Napoleonic era, he was working as an informant for the police and eventually became a policeman himself. They usually say crime doesn't pay, but this fellow did not only pay, but came with a pension and medical. In fact, he was one of the forefathers of a deductive method of crime solving and founded a unit that grew to become the Sûreté, France's premier crime fighting organization. He always worked both sides of the law, but his criminal friends proved invaluable to him as a detective. Makes sense. They would like benefit, you know, from having the knowledge of both sides of the law. And also make the distinction, you know, because a criminal isn't any other criminal and a policeman isn't any other policeman. You can be corrupted on either side or do like horrible stuff. One thing I love in Unity is just like the massive crowds, you know. All of these guys standing in front of the Palais de Justice. And also great social stealth opportunities if you want to like escape from guards or anything. There's a good chance I never find you inside very large groups of people. Rebirth. Now that Arno's out of prison, it's time to track down Belek and get some answers from the old man.
I suppose a simple address would be too mundane.
Et toi, tu verras que le peuple donnera de la voix et qu'il se fera obéir.
Je refuse de faire confiance aux hommes qui nous gouvernent.
The lighting in here is so damn beautiful. In fact, you know, it's actually like changing its color depending on the stained glass.
This medallion must play into it somehow.
There we are. A window that we have also found on the meadow that Belek gave to us. The detail on this is also insane, you know, like imagine how much time it took just to create the inside of this cathedral here.
What's the light supposed to illuminate?
You know, if this is weeks and months of work alone for this place here. I mean, the Notre-Dame creation took like 1 year from start to finish. And that's one thing that I think is maybe going under the radar a little bit with Unity sometimes, is like how many places have an interior that you can like go in without any loading screen or whatever, you know. And that's also part of the reason, like even a bigger part of what brought like performance problems to Unity. It wasn't just the crowds and everything, right? It was also the fact that things had to be rendered outside and inside. And it's also one of the reasons why in Syndicate that has been massively stepped down.
This medallion.
You know, like so many buildings in Syndicate couldn't been walked into. Because they really want to play it like safer with performance. But it makes Unity technologically more impressive to me, you know. One of the many reasons.
Took you long enough, pisspot.
What is this place?
The Sanctuary. A place we can train and prepare, away from the eyes of our enemies.
Didn't we just escape from a dungeon?
It's not a dungeon. It's a nerve center. From these tunnels, we can get anywhere in the city, all without being seen. We have eyes everywhere.
Really? Seems visibility would be a problem. Wouldn't you prefer something with a view?
This place has served us well for 600 years, pisspot.
Mm-hmm. And how long were you standing in the dark waiting for me?
Not long. Guillaume spotted you from the bell tower.
Well, it was quite the entrance.
Are you mocking me?
No, no. God's truth. Very theatrical.
Shut up. We're here.
The candidate will approach. So, the son of Charles Dorion returns to us. Belek thought you wouldn't come. What changed your mind?
I'm tired of running from my failures. Monsieur de la Serre, my father. I want to make it right.
The death of Grand Master de la Serre weighs on you. Why? Did you wield the blade yourself?
Does it matter? The blame still lies with me.
إن ذنوبه تكل كيلي. هل أنت متأكد من؟
أنا كذلك. إنه قادر على مواجهة المحاكمة. سيكون جيدا.
Very well. Out of the dark you come into the light. From the light you will return to the dark. Are you prepared to travel the Eagle's path?
If that's a fancy way of asking, do I want your help? Yes.
Then drink.
What's happening?
Hello?
It's quite interesting, different paintings showing like different stages in his life. Like Natos, you know, his birth and growing up under his father and mother. Then after the death of his father, growing up under Monsieur de la Serre. You know, being with Elise and doing all the mischiefs together. The adulthood, you know, being imprisoned for something he didn't do. Then getting to meet Belek in training. And now with the final stage, Mortis, the death. Which happens just before being reborn as an assassin, of course. another death he's blaming himself for. Because not only does Arno feel like guilt for his actual father dying, you know, he also feels guilt for Monsieur de la Serre. But de la Serre, he didn't deliver the letter, and for his own father, you know, he was kind of like doing mischief, he wasn't waiting.
If I leave it here, Monsieur de la Serre will see it the instant he returns.
Where he should have been. And who knows, maybe if Shay would have seen that he had a little kid with him.
I found that on the floor of my father's study. Unopened.
Maybe it would have changed what has happened. Maybe he would have found another way to get the box.
If you could put your head and find us, you'd make a fine fit.
I heard you the first time.
Truly, I am blessed.
You seem to have caused
What can I say? You were over.
This also reminds me of the Shadow Society in Batman Origins. How was it called? Batman Begins. That's it. Now we have the same paintings. Changed. What's happening? Dotus is now, you know, going to be initiated into the Brotherhood. Mortis is a decision to go into the church. Maybe to leave it behind, because it's technically afterwards, right? And there we have our target. So in a way, this is ourselves, right? Because we blame ourselves over 2 deaths here. We see it again after we kill this person.
These are the words spoken by our ancestors, the words that lay at the heart of our creed.
Stay your blade from the flesh of the innocent.
Hide in plain sight.
Never compromise the Brotherhood. Let these tenets be branded upon your mind. Follow them and be uplifted. Break them at your peril. Rise, assassin. Arno Dorian is dead. He has been culled from this world, his sins and failures turned to dust. Tonight he is reborn, a novice of the Assassin Brotherhood.
There you go. That's how Arno became an assassin. Makes you wonder what he's actually been drinking there, but it was very introspective, of course, of him like facing his inner demons in a way, you know, like his own guilt. And even killing himself in a way, you know. To be reborn anew and rise from the ashes.
Welcome back. Now that you've experienced life as an assassin, are you willing to pick up the fight and join us? Deacon, load the file.
Coming up.
We lifted a media file from Abstergo last month, and the information it contains is astounding. But we won't share these things with just anyone. By pressing play, you'll be joining the assassins. If you want to fight the Templar menace, if you're willing to save civilization from Abstergo's clutches, press play, sit back, and ready yourself for the truth. Good choice. Welcome to the Assassins, Initiate.
In the 1950s, it was theorized that human DNA worked via the triple helix model. Some years later, the work of Crick and Watson demolished this theory in favor of the double helix. Today, we know the double helix to be indisputably the basis of all life. So why did the triple helix theory gain so much traction? Why did Rosalind Franklin's X-rays seem to confirm it? It turns out that their initial samples had been taken from small traces of precursor DNA, the rare genes of an ancient race embedded in our own. We now know that triple helix DNA is the foundation of the precursor genome. It is the genetic Rosetta Stone of our age. If we can crack it open, if we can sequence the full precursor genome, there is no limit to the knowledge we will gain. Using Animus technology, precursor history will be open to us for the first time ever. Ancient languages will be unlocked, and ancient technology will be ours for the taking. Imagine what will be possible if we master the technology that underpins the pieces of Eden. Such discoveries would surpass 100-fold the splitting of the atom. Last year, we located a rich sample of precursor DNA in a donor whose genes contained human and precursor DNA at an incredible 25-to-1 ratio. Our work will begin with this sample. Our goal is to unravel the triple helix, sequence the precursor genome, and change the world for the better, forever. Welcome to the Phoenix Project.
So, this is where we stand. Last year, Abstergo acquired the body of a man we call a sage, one of a rare breed of humans with a surplus of ancient DNA. This sparked a search for more sages, in the present and in the past. The more Abstergo finds, the closer they get to their final goal. We've blocked their recent attempts to find more, but Abstergo will not stop looking until they sequence a full precursor genome. So, why Arnaud Dorian? Why chase an assassin through the French Revolution? It turns out, at some point in his life, Arnaud came into contact with another sage. We need you to find out when and where these meetings took place. If Arnaud was present for this sage's death, it might lead Abstergo straight to his body. Naturally, we'd like to find it first. This is where you come in. It won't be simple. Genetic memory must be tackled in sequence to keep the data stable. But we're confident you're up to the task. And you won't be alone. Other initiates, assassins just like you, are doing their part to end this fight. If you need more training, more experience, you can call on them for help. All right. Loading the next sequence. I've got something else for you. The more time you spend with Arnaud, the more data we'll have to increase your synchronization with him, and to activate his abilities. Here, have a look at this.
Assassin abilities unlocked. Range weapon, assassin cage, money pouch, stun grenade, communist sense, disguise, apprentice locksmith, group healing, double assassination, thick skin, environmental blending, and staggering strike. Buster, this pisses you off so hard. Hey, we showed you a little bit of story which tells practically nothing about assassins and Templars. I risk your life for assassins. Yeah, fair enough, I guess. It definitely comes quite fast. Yeah, I guess the thing is, the Brotherhood and the Initiates, I guess, which are not actually part of the Assassin Brotherhood, but are affiliated. They kind of like had the plan to reach as many of the Helix users as possible. So they could do the same thing that Abstergo is doing on a larger scale, right? Get people using the enemies to side with them, essentially. And to provide the information they find about the Sage or Piece of Eden to the Assassins rather than the Templars. So they're not really like full-fledged assassins, of course, they're just like fighting for them in the simulation. But yeah, they won't really get introduced like properly to the assassins or anything. It's just like, here, play the game and give us the information instead of the Templars, essentially. And yeah, we of course are the protagonists in this game in a way, because we are the people accessing the Helix, essentially. Yeah, the Afro. Very soon I can call on people to help me. Oh yeah. Hey there, Mr. Molle. Mo, welcome in. Thank you for joining. Greetings from Sweden. Oh yeah. I've been in Sweden a couple of times. Always lovely. And yeah, greetings back from Germany. Hey there, comrade, welcome in. Assassino. Indeed, we're back with some Assassin's Creed action. Now that we finished Watch Dogs. But yeah, let's have a look what we're getting here. Of course, I want to focus on stealth the most, because we are doing a stealth challenge. So I think getting a double assassination would be very, very good to have for stealth. I'm gonna go for that first.
One last thing. While you've been busy, I had Deacon do some poking around in Arnaud's memories. Seems he was a busy guy. See that symbol? That's a co-op mission. I play a lot of games multiplayer. I don't know about you, but I thought you'd like to mix it up a little. These are missions Arnaud ran with his assassin buddies, so they'll give you an idea of what our organization's about. Just walk into the glitch and you'll get all the details. I've marked them on your map.
Blade received. Heck yeah. And there we go. Now we can fully access all of the content in the game and really explore the city much more. Some very unique voting animations actually with characters sometimes. It can even be like a cat boss sometimes. That can be tricky to trigger. Multiplayer assassins, indeed. That's the aspect I really love about Unity. The whole like co-op feature. Don't really look forward to a day where the Unity servers are being taken down and that won't be possible anymore. I reckon that awaits us in the next couple of years. unfortunately. She's a real hardcore gamer. It seems like she knows her way around games.
Come here. Make this easier on yourself.
That's one thing you can do in this game, is kind of like having these interactive, randomly spawning events for the crowd. By doing a couple of them, you unlock rewards periodically. So to get the first reward, you have to do 5 of them, and then it increases by another 5, etc. And the reward gets better and better until we kind of like reach a threshold. So technically there's a year that passes between the initiation of Anno and, or even more, I think maybe. Because this is 91, right? And the revolution started in 89. But yeah, a bit of time has passed between the last mission and the next one. So I think I want to fit in some of the side missions in between to kind of like have more of a feeling for how much time has potentially passed. So yeah, I think we can do 1 or 2 Paris stories, and then I'm probably gonna take a break. Yeah, let's do this one, I guess.
Come here, citizen. Are you loyal to Rome or France?
I gotcha, Afro. Thanks for adding me. I'm gonna go accept that in the break here. Molly, you learned German for 6 years in school, but you suck at spelling it. That's fair. I mean, even Germans, you know, have trouble spelling it sometimes. So wouldn't feel too bad about it. That's really cool. My girlfriend is actually currently learning some Swedish as well. Doesn't seem like the easiest language, but it's always interesting kind of like hearing from her progress.
You're here. I foresaw that someone would come help me.
4 Dark Strangers. Let Mademoiselle Lenormand's psychic powers guide you to her attackers.
I read the tarot for powerful friends, and now some believe I influence those friends, and they wish me harm. I have seen my enemies in a dream. Come with me, and I will sense their presence.
It's the second hardest language in the world. Only Icelandic is harder? Damn, I didn't know that. Yeah, that would explain it, I guess. Marie-Anne Adelaide Lenormand, born May 27th, 1772 in Alençon, received a conventional education from the city's Benedictine nuns. It was there that, to her great surprise, she discovered psychic abilities that would allow her to pursue the practice of divination. With the revolution, she moved to Paris and set up a fortune-telling enterprise. It is said that this is where she met 3 key figures of the revolution, namely Marat, Robespierre, and Saint-Just, for all of whom she predicted a violent death. To be fair, it was a pretty violent time. Lots of people were meeting violent ends. If this psychic had predicted that deaths would all take place on a little yellow barge called Colin, or by inadvertently impaling themselves on a series of stale baguettes, then I would be impressed. Her activity made her suspicious in the eyes of the Committee of Public Safety, whereupon she was sent to prison in 1794, where she met and befriended Josephin de Beauharnais. She escaped the guillotine and during the Directoire and Empire periods, managed to set up a new necromancy establishment in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, where the elite made haste to hear her predictions. She's also believed to have met Napoleon, but this didn't stop the Emperor having her arrested in 1803 and again in 1809 for treason. She believed herself to be nearly immortal and predicted a very long life for herself. Nevertheless, she died in 1843. Okay, now we gotta follow her around and kill people.
You, citizen, don't have long to live. What? Citizen, I sense that your husband is having an affair. I beg your pardon? In my dream, one of the murderers was from the country. Yes, a farmer of sorts. Oh, he is dangerous. I feel an evil presence. Yes, he is somewhere nearby. I am sure of it. That's him.
Okay, got our target locked on. Thanks for trying that, comrade. I think currently only I can do it, and there's like a cooldown on there. You already have 2 people here. Oh shoot, there were even 2 more guys here. Freaking hell. I can't actually restart this mission, can I? Like, there's no place to restart checkpoint or anything. Well, I guess in that case we have to kill them and then just count it, I guess. But it seems like for the Paris stories, because they are kind of like also... Sometimes they can be like passive missions, I guess. There's no way to actually like restart the mission or the checkpoint. Oh. But yeah, that's our first detection. Didn't actually see the other guards also passing by, unfortunately.
Efficiently done.
I don't know about efficient. I take it, I guess.
I feel that it's about to rain.
Come on, then.
I remember now a soldier out to kill me. Look for a man in uniform.
Yeah, you had it coming. See how you like being in the dirt.
Yes, she was right, it did start to rain.
Dark intentions is just to the east. Oh, wait. East or north? It isn't clear. Possibly south?
Oh, monsieur, très.
That one, just as in my dream.
Okay, there's lots of guards here again. Gotta somehow get these not to attack me here. That's a bit tricky first. So many guards around. Jesus. Oh, fucking hell. Seriously? I threw the freaking smoke bomb against somebody's head. So they didn't get they didn't get hit by it. This is just going freaking fantastic, isn't it? Gotta love when it happens, you know. Like when the curve is even like going directly to the target, yet it still hits an NPC who's like standing in front of you. Can't you move your head around someplace else, dude? Also, thank you for the follow, Mr. Molle. I appreciate it.
Profession wishes me harm. A lawyer. Oh, he sense a man capable of unspeakable violence. Oh, I beg your pardon. Still, someone lurks about here with murderous intent.
Everything all right?
Et pour quelques pièces,
Join the choir invisible. And a shady character. Yes, I see him in my mind's eye. A shyster. A bandit.
That's right.
Oh no.
Godspeed.
Well, well.
You
shall take it, Red, and go show your place. Le tueur est sûrement tout près.
Oh, the man from my dreams.
Kill you.
d'émanation délétère de votre vivant. Je ne crois pas que...
I thank you, my friend. Come to me for a reading of the tarot. You have an interesting future, I am certain.
Okay. Yeah, it could have gone a lot better, I guess. Also a bit tricky with like how many guards we had there, but yeah, a bit unfortunate with a second detection there and the smoke bomb. Also, this guy just sitting on nothing. Like, I love the visual bugs. I can actually technically renovate my first building, even though we haven't unlocked the Café Théâtre yet. The Café de la Cité. So renovating them gives you additional income from all the social clubs that we own. And it also unlocks social club missions, which we're gonna be doing as part of this playthrough. One thing that's cool about the renovations is every time you unlock one of these social clubs, you also unlock a new song that they will be singing. Okay, let's head over here. I want to do one more mission before we go ahead and take a break here. I kind of want to find a storekeeper though, because I really gotta refill some I'm actually doing the companion missions? Yeah, I am. So maybe I do this one. I want to go ahead and refill some ammunition here. In welchem Jahr wurde Unity veröffentlicht? So which year was Unity released? 2014. 2014. In November. So the companion missions are pretty straightforward and very short, but a very good way to actually get money early on if you need it.
That's right. Here. Arno, Godspeed. What the hell do you want? Save your energy for our enemy.
Okay, we got the storekeeper right next to the mission here. It's perfect.
Arno. What cheer, Arno?
Guess he's upstairs here.
Soyez le bienvenu.
Yeah, no worries, Mr. Moller. That was actually perfect. It was perfectly spelled right there. Cult of Baphomet. Steal sacred objects to gain admission to the Baphomet cult.
If you wish to join the cult of Baphomet, you must steal 2 holy chalices from the Cathedral of Notre-Dame and bring them to me.
Baphomet is an occult figure of worship, usually depicted with the head of a goat, featuring large horns and sometimes with the wings. That would really annoy me. Either put my wings in your picture or don't. Don't just sometimes give me wings. What about my wings is forgettable to you? I've got wings, for goodness sake. You always do the goat's head, don't you? Well, give me my bloody wings then. Transcripts of the trials of the Knights Templar seem to indicate that Baphomet may have been worshipped among them, although that is inconclusive. It's possible that the Knights Templars brought these beliefs back with them from their journeys during the Crusades. Alright, guess I gotta infiltrate Notre-Dame. steal 2 challenges without being recognized.
Hey! Come back here, you thief!
C'est pas ce qu'il y a. Il doit faire partie d'une troupe.
So I don't have a lockpicking skill yet, which means I can't open up this side. There we go. Got 1 chalice there and 1 over here. Okay, that's 1. I'll just try to take them down, because it's a bit safer here. Because if you use the lift, then there's a chance it will detect you once you are all the way up again. Okay, that has gone a bit smoother here. Okay, there's other guards, so I'm not gonna get myself in warfare, because I still can't be detected as part of the mission.
Well done. You are now a follower of Baphomet. Come to our ritual. The password is the Father of Understanding.
Well, I guess that confirms the ties to the Templar Order there. Alright, very nice. It's 2 assassin para stories done. But yeah, this is also gonna be where I will go ahead and take a break now. It's actually gonna be a longer break, because I will have to take the dog outside, and I will also get something to eat and stuff. So yeah, gonna be a longer break. But once I'm back, we're still gonna be going for quite a while. And yeah, the plan is to focus really on the city center today. Get the next sequence done, which is graduation, and then of course also the major assassination in Notre-Dame. And yeah, focus on the Café Théâtre maybe, get a couple more para stories done, and yeah, all that fun stuff. But yeah, for now I'm gonna leave you with some of the amazing soundtrack for Unity, and then I will be back after my break.
We had really, I think, shook the foundations of the industry with AC1 when we introduced, gorgeous looking game with these open world cities, seamless, no loading, and we've done pretty much what we can do with the the last generation, right? We've taken both consoles to pretty much their breaking limit.
So the initial project goal for ACU, and the name spoils it a little bit, it was to create the first fully and next-gen Assassin's Creed by blurring the lines between like single-player, multiplayer, co-op, and the purely online element of more social games.
So narrative works when you're motivating the player on a very linear story, but when you create a rich open world with all these different activities, it needs to be more. We wanted to create a city that not only is super detailed, large and beautiful, but we wanted to have depth to that city. We wanted it to be full of characters, full of NPCs, full of activities, and full of rewards. And we wanted to let the player loose in that universe and really let them explore and find that stuff on their own.
I love being able to create brand new experiences that leverage the new hardware, and so doing that on Assassin's Creed 1 was really exciting because we didn't even have dev kits really, and we not only were creating a new IP for this new hardware that we didn't really know or understand yet, we were also building a brand new engine, which ended up being an engine that's used throughout Ubisoft on a bunch of games. And our focus was really, what can we do on this hardware to change the gameplay experience for players? What can we do that's never been done before?
AC was built as a single-player experience, most and foremost. So what we had to do is to make sure that, because we're building a sandbox and an open-world game, we needed to make sure to onlineize all of our different features, and we have hundreds of them.
When you're on a mission, we tend to control a lot. This is the opposite philosophy of what we did with Unity. The idea was to create a large, living, breathing, systemic city, let you manipulate that city, and then embrace that sandbox nature, even in missions.
We've reimagined all three main pillars. First one being navigation. So parkour will give the players more abilities than before. Control over going up or going down, and precisely selecting where players want to go. We've reimagined the combat pillar altogether as well. I guess the fight system is a little bit harder than before, and that's also done on purpose to support the third pillar, which is stealth. So altogether, these three pillars, they come together and they form the core gameplay loop of our game.
It was the great time to do the same types of bets that we did on AC1 for a new generation change. So we looked at all of our workflow and we made sure that we could iterate as fast as possible. So we were able to focus on multiplayer afterwards. And on top of that, obviously, we were able to do a big push on graphics to get a totally new experience.
But we really wanted to focus on something that would take us back to the core of Assassin's Creed. So going back to a large, sprawling urban center. So we asked ourselves, if we were to go back to that route, what would be the perfect setting to showcase next generation hardware? Well, Paris is the most visited city in the world. It's literally, teeming with monuments. You can't turn a street corner without running into some sort of landmark. And then the period of French Revolution was a period of really of upheaval with, hundreds of thousands of people taking the streets. So we're like, well, the crowd, social stealth, is one of the core pillars of the brand. The large, sprawling urban areas is another core pillar of the brand. So why not bring that all together and create a game set in that, unique setting? So this is sort of how it converged.
So you've got all the landmarks in, and these landmarks are incredibly huge. They're close to one-to-one scale. So it really feels like you're in Paris.
If the city has literally tens of thousands of buildings, and if you can go into one in every 4 buildings, every building is a potential story. Every building is a potential reward. And you really start getting a sense that the world is no longer a movie set. It feels like an actual world. The other thing we did is when you say French Revolution, well, there's the word revolution, that's more than a dozen people screaming, right? So you need to have large crowds. So we're up to about, I think, 5,000 NPCs on screen right now. And those NPCs, I'm not talking about just people, random animations. these are interactive. So if you for example, you do something that will startle them, like shoot a gun in the air and they're right next to you, they will bail, they will run away. So having 5,000 characters on screen just running away is a feat unto itself, but it's something that we've been working on for a very long time.
So suddenly we're in a big open world and a huge city. So the idea is to create opportunities for people to come together and have fun things to do in co-op. We're supporting 4-player co-op, and we have tons of content. There's single-player content, there's co-op content, and also players can just explore the city together and experience Paris together, which is really exciting.
Our goal was to unify what we were doing separately, which was multiplayer and our strong single-player experience into one single game. That's why we needed to build the right team and really take our time to do that. We had a studio in Annecy, we had a studio in Singapore, a studio in Quebec City as well. This year around, we're still working with these major studios. We've added Toronto to our list of partners this year.
So we knew that Assassin's Creed Unity was looking for partners. They were in pre-production at the time, and basically Vince came over with a couple of other people and said, hey, this is where we think you guys can help us.
Our role on AC Unity was bringing that knowledge of creating good co-op maps and co-op gameplay and applying that to the Assassin's Creed universe.
In the past, we worked on co-op, but it was within a much smaller scope in terms of the size of the world, something that we call like broad linear level design, where you do have opportunities to branch off and do different things, but within a very confined space.
We really wanted to steer away from that. So what we think is, if you make the world challenging enough, if you make the opportunities be easier or more logical to perform by multiple players, if you then give those players complementary skills, people will naturally play co-op.
So you have to really keep that in mind and make sure that you design for every possible approach and for every possible play style. Some players might be more action-oriented. You need to make sure that the fights on the ground are good and that the difficulty is balanced appropriately to encourage co-op.
Back in, I think around October, I started talking to Vince about how, Toronto, since we're working on co-op and we know that they would probably need a co-op demo for E3, I said, hey, Toronto wants to get involved.
Doing demos is always taxing, but as I said, it's part of the process. We have to do it, we want to do it.
The way game development is done on this project is Montreal's in charge of all of the technology, all of the tools, all of the features, or most of the features. And specifically for the demo, we're kind of building the top parts of the layers of the content. So we're building, the city, the levels, the mission, everything that kind of sits on top of the foundation of the technology and the features. So we have to work together.
Ultimately, it's a good win for the team, and once we have it, we have a cool benchmark. And then we can say, remember the E3 demo or the other demo? Well, that's the kind of quality we need to hit for the rest of the game.
What we talked about with the team was E3 is going to be a great opportunity for us to take something to final, take something to polish, and be able to know what that process is and understand how to work together and get there.
For our E3 demo, we wanted something that would be very impactful in a short period of time. We're going to be up there on stage for 5 minutes, and we want people to understand the conflict, to feel the energy, and to understand the gameplay progression as well.
So Alex challenged us, to tell the story of the French Revolution, the macro story of the peasant and the noble battle, framed up within this mission. We were going to set up the conflict between the classes, that really defines the French Revolution.
In the French Revolution, today's extremists were tomorrow's moderates, and the next day they were dead. And this is what happened throughout the whole thing, right? So this lent itself really well to that sort of who is right, what is freedom, what is control, right? And that sort of shifts.
So the idea was to really tell the story of what it's like to be a noble thrust into the hands of insanely violent and angry peasants, we're going to have to do that first person. And AC is not a first-person game, so it's really a jolting experience.
So we decided very early on to go with a very classic conflict from the French Revolution, which was the people versus nobility. And we set the the mission around the bread riots that broke out early in the French Revolution.
So you're going to see streets that are full of chaos and under pressure, and that really represents the population that we're wading through and that we're climbing over. What the player's going to experience is they're going to see the difference between the social classes in terms of outside it's chaos, there's barricades everywhere, things are upheaved. You go inside, and all of a sudden, visually, everything is very organized, very formatted.
So the mission takes place with peasants breaking into a palace. The peasants are starving. Inside the palace, the corrupt marquis is having a party. He's feasting. And there's this inequality, and you can really understand that as a player. And that's what we built the whole demo around.
Take care of this, or I will use your head as a piss pot.
So the nice thing is, even though we're spending a ton of time building this beautiful palace and the gardens and everything, we'll actually have that in game. And we have featured actually quite a lot of content which will be shipped in the game in that same location. Friday afternoon, we kind of got the call from Montreal and say, okay, we've cleared our schedules. Why don't you and Natai come over? We're going to sit down, go through the entire E3 strategy and figure out how to get our two demos to complement each other, but as well as get your demo down to this 5-minute window. So we flew out Monday morning, spent 2 days in Montreal. We scrubbed through everything at a super detailed level, and we found some really, really great solutions.
Things can be tweaked. Sometimes additional hard decisions need to be made, but usually the game is pretty much locked. I mean, we know what we're building, we know why we're doing it, we know why we want to show publicly, and then it's a matter of just finishing and then polishing the rest until we feel satisfied with the overall product. And, we're proud to release it.
I wish everything was locked. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, we've been working on it for a long time, and that's one of the reasons I think we're going to see a lot of quality in AC Unity, but it's not finished.
Everyone on the team now is super excited that we have a demo, and no one's frustrated that we're trying different things that we know may not go into the full game, because we're already seeing the learning. We're already seeing how every time we iterate, we get better, we get faster.
We're going to work on it until the game ships. And I think you're going to see something at E3 that's going to be amazing, but the final game is going to be even more amazing.
For AC, we decided to invest a lot in mining. One of the main subjects that we attacked is GI, global illumination, which also includes sky occlusion. So we're looking at the sky dome, and we're baking occlusion at the high precision level, much more precise than it used to be in previous games.
So the world looks completely next gen. I mean, we were never even close to achieving this in any other AC game. Plus, we do it in an open world of that size with seamless interiors with no loading anytime.
Something really
Right position, get it.
We knew we had a couple of years ahead of us, so we tackled the technology to begin with.
So we looked at all kinds of ways to make sure that we could deliver that massive amount of detail to get a really rich experience. So we looked at how we build the cities, we looked at how we animate our characters, how the programmers deal with a huge code base. And we made major improvements in all of those areas.
The fun part is using the power in the right way and trying to not only increase the numbers, but how much you can overhaul the experience, how much you can refresh it. How can we take the core values of Assassin's Creed, now that we have all this power, what can we improve beyond just adding more of everything?
So obviously next gen, I mean, you have the chance to really do a totally new pass at graphic and have that wow moment. And I really think that we're at that point with AC Unity.
The look of Assassin's Creed is about something that we want to make it look real and believable, and at the same time bring some personality to it. So we don't want to do something that's as real as a touristic photo, but more something close to a movie where it has this very believable and realistic signature, but at the same time has some persona, some style, some uniqueness to it.
Like for the environment, we had amazing open world. It looked really great in the sunshine, but in the shadow it was kind of flat, it lacked contrast. And we looked at physically based rendering that tries to mimic our environment and how light really works in the world. And we brought that, and we have enough power now to bring that to the consoles.
So for ACU, we decided to invest a lot in lighting. One of the main subjects that we attacked is GI, global illumination, which also includes sky occlusion. GI is basically light bouncing all over the place, mostly from the directional light, which is the sun, but also from local lights. So if I bring up the cloud, this is all, well, I'm showing you as a step-by-step process, but it's fully dynamic in game. It adapts and it works with rain. It will bring weather dynamically, and it will also affect the ground level. So the more sky coverage I get, the more shadowing I get from the sky, but less lighting bounce also, less sun bounce. So it affects the GI, it affects everything. Everything is related. It's unified.
In terms of the atmosphere, it's reflected through a very moody and atmospheric ambience. So you see smoke, you see dust, you see fog, mist. So this helps to fit with the context of the French Revolution, the urban context, but also helps to give it some very unique look.
On the weather side, we basically took everything that was done on previous ACs, which were quite amazing, and we pushed it up a notch. Like you have now materials that become wetter, and you see puddles forming. It's really amazing visuals there.
We feel that we're finally closing in the gap on the movie industry, the cinema look and feel. We have these controls for the lenses, for the depth of field, for the different, like I said, lighting, VFX.
So the world looks completely next gen. I mean, we were never even close to achieving this in any other AC game. Plus, we do it in an open world of that size with seamless interiors with no loading anytime, right? So that was the first breakthrough.
Not only are we just once again building an entire setting from the ground up, but now we're going back to the urban settings. As Paris during the 18th century, Paris was already a big place. It's the largest city we've ever recreated.
Just to give you a sense of scale, Paris is about the size of the entire frontier in AC3, but it's highly densely populated urban area.
Traditionally, level designers actually place each house by hand, one after the other. And I mean, to do this on the scale, on the semi-real scale of Paris is just insane. It wouldn't scale at all.
So we built a tool called Pagipate to procedurally generate the streets of Paris and all the different districts.
The house block generator permits the city designers to do quicker layouts than previously. Before, it was something that was very tedious and hard to change. And now the tool permits more flexibility. So we have a tool, and we can draw a sort of street shape And on this shape, we can assign a theme. And within this theme, you'll have all the houses contained for a specific district. So the houses are cyclable, the roofs are cyclable. So you can see that with Paris Pâté or the house block generator, you can see that it's easy for the city designer to say, okay, I'm having trouble running along this roof, so I can lower the roof to make the parkour easier.
So we created Lego blocks for the different type of neighborhoods that we have, a more rich, a more cultural, a poor neighborhood. And this tool populates the streets with all of these Lego blocks to create a unique Paris that we'll be able to navigate and go through as Arnaud in the main story.
And this basically allowed the level designers to get the city up and running really quickly at a really high quality level that we only usually get at the end of the project. So we were able to get a sense of the city really quickly. But we didn't stop at the environments. I mean, we looked at the characters. We looked at everything from hair, cloth, eyes, skin, character performance. And we did a lot of work on scanning actors and getting a lot of detail, getting emotions, and getting interesting animation rigs from actors. Because, I mean, just having the world being photorealistic is nice, but we have to populate it, and that's where it really comes alive.
We made a couple of improvements on character rendering, the quality, making sure that it looks more realistic and believable. So the skin, the eyes, the hair, and as well as to make sure that everything is still easy to create and is flexible. So if you look at this guy here, without skin shader, you'll notice that he looks a lot like a rock. You can see that it's very grayish, doesn't look alive. But with skin shader, you see that there's blood running through. You can also sense the detail in the pores. So that's one of the things that we did to make sure that the characters look more alive and believable. The other thing we made sure that would look realistic and believable is the cloth itself. And so every artist are basically fashion designers. They create the pattern that you see here, and then a physics simulation is applied, so you can really sense the weight of every fold, and once it's integrated into engine, it looks like this.
The more realistic we make characters, the more pressure it puts on animation, because a realistic character that moves in a optimized animation type of way looks like a zombie.
This is just a preview of what we do with our rigs and what we get for facial animation for cinematics. This is our engine right here, and this is Motion Builder, which is where we tweak all facial animation curves. And all this is actually real time. So at any frame, you could see that we could actually change the mouth corners, do actual little things if we want on the face. You see that we do have a lot of control over every part of the face, just to make sure we get all the expressions that we need.
So the quality of the character, the main character, especially in AC, is driven by programmers traditionally and animators that work together. But they work really in separate worlds. The animators, like, they basically work the animation and stuff, but they were very dependent on the programmers to integrate the animations. Basically, you had a programmer that had to enter a line of code before the animator could see what he was doing.
Kino is a node-based behavior tool that was developed for Assassin's Creed Unity to help us with rapid prototyping animations. It allows animators to not only build animations, but to also implement them and integrate them into the game themselves. Our animators are able to both develop the animation, and because they are able to put them into the game themselves, they know how the behaviors and the flow work in the game, and they're much more efficient because of it.
So we put a lot of effort into not only into animation variety, so the actual quality, but then the variety of animation, and then the AI. It puts a lot of pressure on AI. What are these people doing?
So what we're trying to do with the crowds this time on Assassin's Creed Unity is, one, we want to have a lot more crowds than we've ever had on any of our previous games. So right now, for example, in our Paris map, we have over 30,000 crowd characters that are loaded just in that one map.
We need to have enough people with believable animations, believable life. They have to have a meaning in the city. They just can't be bystanders anymore.
So we really want all of our crowds to be aware of their surroundings, about what the player just did, about what the other NPCs are doing in the game. So really a big focus on interaction. So you'll see characters that see each other in the street, they wave to each other, they'll stop. There's 20 to 30 different variations of these. Sometimes it's women stopping other women, gossiping in the street. Sometimes it's couples that see each other. Like over here, you see a romantic interaction that's going on. Here, if I take this guy also as an example, we have our new mood system. So here you'll see he's in a neutral mood pose, but change his mood at any point. Here he's confused, curious. What this means is not only just for our static crowds, but for our moving crowds as well. We could set a certain percentage of people based off of the mission, of how many people are happy, how many people are stressed, how many people are angry.
So by having this possibility for the crowd, having so many people, we're able to have these conflicts within the streets, to have massive amount of people fill up these key places like in front of Notre-Dame and addressing the situation and addressing, being able to revolt. And it's the first time that we'll have the assassin walk through this.
So now you have lots of NPCs, but you can actually go within those crowds and interact. It changes the experience, and I think it's when you put all of those pieces together, it's going to really just be amazing. So we get about 10 times more animation, 10 times more polygons, 10 times the size of the number of pixels in our textures. So we had to think about how we deal with that amount of data without basically having our own engine, the whole engine crumble.
What's really hard is that we're working on a 24-hour cycle. There's always someone programming something or checking stuff. So making sure that it's hard to make sure that we're not breaking the other people's work because we've checked in something at 4 in the morning.
We've worked really, really hard to make sure that the flow from getting your data okay in the editor to the console and to even our partners in Bucharest, for example, in the studios all over the world is really, really short. So now cooking the data is much, much shorter. We're within 5 minutes of generating the full city with 10 times more data that we had for next gen.
What I want to succeed at with ACU is making sure that not only we have the best graphics, but that we have a systemic game and that we have an AC that really feels, looks and feels like a refreshed experience. I want people to go crazy all over again with being an assassin and playing that fantasy, and hopefully with friends. And that's the big takeaways that I want people to have from ACU.
Because of a tragic event in his life, Arnaud is essentially raised by a Templar, Templar Grand Master.
Working in the Assassin-Templar conflict into the revolution, that's actually pretty challenging. In the French Revolution, it's like, well, whose side do you want to be on? There's kind of the crazy people who want to chop everybody's heads off, and then there's the slightly less crazy people who want to chop most people's heads off.
You get a real good exposition of both the Assassins and the Templars and how both of these factions at one point could have prevented a lot of the bad things that happened in the French Revolution if they had just joined together. But because of these ideals, this fanaticism, it actually keeps them spread apart, and it actually doesn't help the people.
Alright. Welcome back to more of AC Unity and our Stove Challenge. Hope you enjoyed having a bit of a behind the scenes look there for AC Unity and kind of like the initial ideas for the game. It's always quite interesting observing the development there, right? Because this is kind of like about May, June, I guess, in preparation for the E3 at 2014, or in 2014. And you can really tell that it's super ambitious, but at the same time, they know that they will be working 24 hours every day, in cycles of course, and they will keep on working until the game is shipped, you know, because they already know at that point they will never stop working on this game to kind of like make it even more polished, or kind of like even more like intricate and detailed, I guess. But yeah, that also added, I guess, to the bad reception, you know, because they kind of like admitted that the E3 was kind of like featuring things that wouldn't end up being in the game. And yeah, you know, like for example, people were really expecting to like have the ability to charge into palaces with NPCs, you know, like the Storm of the Bastille, which is something you see in the demo. But yeah, that's like never a feature that ended up being in the game, for instance, you know. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, you know, it doesn't bother me that much, and it's a small feature. But yeah, those can kind of like make a false impression of a game, you know. But I think overall what we got at the end was still, you know, a really, really good game. With lots of details and, yeah, you know. But it was too ambitious, I think, for the time development. Even downgraded the gardens of a palace, did they? From the demo? I wasn't aware they did. That's interesting. So many chests, PTSD is back. Yeah. Thankfully I don't have to do them in this playthrough. Since you took back the 100% requirement. But yeah, there's a lot of them. Just zooming out here. You know, it's crazy how many there are. But still nothing against games like Odyssey or Valhalla, or even Origins, with like how many collectibles there are in the game. And this seems like a more doable feat, just looking at it, for sure. But yeah, I think what's always important with Unity is zooming in on the districts that you actually want to work on, you know. Like this, the game is still kind of like cluttered, but it's also very dense, I guess, and it's much more manageable. Or like making use of the filters, you know, just taking away all of the collectibles and just focus on the missions. But yeah, I think I actually want to go to the Café Théâtre and unlock our home base here. Gonna be a good way to get passive money. With them you can see the gardens, hand big trees, cave paths, and like boy flower beds. I guess they had to take that out then. Kind of like maybe increase performance even. In the demo they also didn't have as bad of kind of like a pop-in either. I'm looking forward for the murder mysteries. I think they're actually quite enjoyable. And it's a bit of a different perspective, I guess, working on solving murders instead of performing murders, for once. Because it's still kind of like a study of the kill, I guess. Wonder how the game would work if it was remade for the PS5. Yeah, it would be interesting actually seeing like a new gen version. You know, because I could really like make use of all the things they thought about adding into the game. And the thing is, like games like Origins, Valhalla, even Odyssey, they run on the same engine that AC Unity runs on. Like the prototype for Origins, you still had like Arno running across like the pyramids and stuff. So they could really make use of like, you know, older and newer assets to kind of like combine them. I think that's why Mirage might also have some similarities to Unity, because it will still run on the same engine too. Because I keep kind of like comparing the two games. Also, there's no such dynamic day-night. The noon lighting breaks the textures of many buildings. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, I guess, that is really nice to look at often. Kind of like a baked lighting system. But it is kind of like really dependent on the day of time. No dynamics.
Just want a little word! Stay! Yeah! That's what... On a fait la garde! Qu'elle le mette au cachot avant qu'il frappe de nouveau!
The Café Théâtre. Anno has been given stewardship over the Café Théâtre, an old assassin intelligence gathering operation. Explore the building and learn what can be done to improve it.
Something I can help you with?
What is this place?
It connects to the sanctuary. Less flashy than the Sainte-Chapelle entrance, but we own the building. Used to be part of our intelligence network. But the place has fallen on hard times.
How can I help?
I'll keep an ear out for any opportunities that come up. You might also speak to the Intendant about renovating the building itself.
I'm not exactly flush with coin just now.
Any revenues the Café generates are yours to do with as you see fit. The money is deposited in the chest in the study, and the more improvements you make...
The more revenue.
Quite. You might also find that expanding our reach into other districts will pay dividends.
Merci.
Oh yeah. Our own home base. It's gonna be quite cool seeing that evolution of a place, you know, because at this point it's still quite rugged, I guess, and doesn't have like many fancy things going on yet. But yeah, including the stage, but also the curtains and everything will be like renovated with time. And yeah, the place is just gonna end up being beautiful. Oh, nice. Got Edward's assassin outfit unlocked. Love how it improves over time. Yeah. It's always great to have these kind of like visual changes over time. To really make it seem like things have progressed.
This'll do nicely.
Okay, so we can renovate the ground floor.
It seems that workmen renovating the main wing found a small room hidden behind the kitchen. Its contents may be of interest to you.
Behind the kitchen. Alright, so there's like a journal of Thomas de Carnillon. I'm gonna read this. I'm not gonna read the ones about kind of like the Café Théâtre history. But anything in regards to like Thomas de Carnillon I'm gonna be reading because it is actually quite important for the lore of Assassin's Creed. Also role-playing wise, can you imagine how the people in the neighborhood discover the place is improving? And use it more and more to meet up until it seems teams with public life again. Yeah, that's a nice other kind of like side effect that it's actually gonna be much more busy and more people visiting. And like different plays being performed and stuff. I also like how the Café Théâtre missions had also kind of like a positive effect on the cafe. Not just the renovations. It is done. All is in readiness, and there is naught left to do but wait for the coming of the dawn. Very fitting raid there. Be careful, it's a raid. It's the Vikings raiding. How's it going, Rod? Thank you for the raid and welcome in raiders. How was AC Valhalla today? Going from one stealth challenge to another. Hey there, Anakin, welcome in. Also, hey there, Lucinda, good morning. And thanks for a shout out there to Rod Kobe. So if anybody who didn't join in with Raid just now, if you haven't checked out Rod's channel before, then I would highly recommend doing so. He's also a massive fan of Assassin's Creed and is currently playing through Valhalla, doing a stealth challenge. And yeah, for every game he's been playing, he's been kind of like doing an individual challenge. So yeah, always has been kind of like switching it up, depending on the game that he's playing. Most recently he's been doing Odyssey, doing a Sparta Kick challenge. Where essentially every time he killed somebody it has to have been with the Sparta Kick. But it wasn't like a very serious challenge, so yeah, people didn't actually have to always like die because of it. But it was kind of like the intended kind of like way to handle things, which was really fun. And he also kind of like dressed Alexius very funny and went for like silly dialogue choices and stuff. And yeah, Unity is going good, thank you for asking, Rod. We just unlocked the Café Théâtre and have finished with Sequence 2. Also just watched some behind the scenes for the game. So kind of like the technology things behind the game, but also the initial ideas. The stream went well, got done with King Bogrit. And now you're up to 5-4 detections. Damn. Yeah, I mean, that's actually really good, considering how much you've already played of Valhalla. I mean, you had, what, like 20 hours playtime now, or something? Maybe? So getting only 5 detections at a time, I think, is a really good count. And yeah, that's a very for a shout out whatsoever. You're being a troll and he even Sparta kicked you from the stream. That's how it goes sometimes, you know? It can be Sparta kicked from anywhere. Yeah, definitely. It's very interesting kind of like seeing how the developers looked at the game during development, you know? Because what people of course see is only like the final product, but then when you actually get to see the game in like earlier stages, you can better understand their intentions with some of the gameplay mechanics, maybe why some things have kind of like fallen short, I guess. But yeah, it's very insightful for sure. A tears kick challenge. Yeah, that would work actually, because it's kind of like working very similarly to the Sparta kick. And there's also a torch challenge. Yeah. Gotta make use of the infinite torch supply. You could do that with Origins, Odyssey, or Valhalla. I think I'd probably like to do it on Origins, because I think the fire damage is probably the worst in that game. But yeah, that would be funny to do actually. Yeah, we just did our first renovation here in the cafe, and we unlocked this journal page of Thomas de Carnillon. He's actually the assassin we have seen at the beginning of the game, during the end of the Templar era. It is done. All is in readiness, and there is naught left to do but wait for the coming of the dawn. Mentor Guillaume de Nogaret has bent the king's bow to ours, and with Benedict dead at Perugia, Rome is with us as well. And yet I felt my heart grip with sudden misgivings. Dante and Domenico assure me that this is a great victory, that we will annihilate them root and branch, but I wonder, in breaking the Templars' public facade, are we merely driving them into the shadows? 50 years ago, the Templars fought us destroyed, after all. Vanishing from the public eye has proven our greatest strength in this interminable war. Are we not granting the same boon to our enemies? Kind of like questioning if the Templars should indeed kind of like be present to the assassins, you know? In terms of like, if they're driven to the shadows, then we don't know about the plans. And they might form even more dangerous ones. They can't be interfered by the assassins. No worries, Rod. Take your time. Okay, let's have a look down here.
Welcome to the Assassin Clubhouse, monsieur.
I assume these quarters aren't open to the public.
No, indeed. This is a private clubhouse for our brother and sister assassins.
Because belonging to just one secret society is passé.
Certain missions are too much for any one assassin to take on alone. In those instances, many prefer to work with the same team consistently. You develop a sense of each other's strengths and weaknesses, an understanding of what each will do in a crisis. Keeping a club makes it easier to organize such teams.
I suppose that's better than rousting whoever happens to be on hand.
Quite so.
I kind of like how it's a bit embedded into the story with a co-op, you know, and like having a club. Like getting teams to go on missions with. Does make sense. Yeah, club competition. Unfortunately, that's not happening anymore. But it was when the game was still out. For like a couple months at least. If T has a light bulb moment, could it be called Tears? I reckon so.
Impressive, no?
What is it?
An heirloom of the Brotherhood. That armor was worn by Thomas de Corneille.
I have no earthly idea who that is.
He led the raid that captured Jacques de Molay, broke the Templars' power in Europe for over a century. It used to be that an assassin who did a great service for the Brotherhood and for France would be given his armor in thanks. The seal that opens the vault was lost 200 years ago. It hasn't been opened since.
I can see why calling a locksmith was out of the question. Tell me about this seal.
It consisted of 3 rings, one for each of the 3 doors, but the seal was broken before it was lost. The fragments are no doubt scattered around Paris, with only the vaguest clues as to their whereabouts.
And if someone were to find all of them, would you say that he had done a great service for the Brotherhood in France?
I suppose I would at that.
Indeed. Thomas de Corneille. Born in 1276 in the Republic of Metz, Thomas de Corneille was a wealthy banker and economical rival of the Knights Templar. He contributed a sizable force, probably of Flemish mercenaries, to Philip IV's arrest and imprisonment of the Templars on October 30th, 1307. With his chief rival out of the way, Thomas and his cable of supporters, including such luminaries as Dante Alighieri, Marco Polo, and Domenico Auditore, spread their influence across Europe, toppling monarchs and bishops alike as they saw fit. He died of an illness in Venice sometime around the spring of 1323. So quite interesting here, the mentioning of Dante Alighieri, Marco Polo, and Domenico Auditore, because this actually connects to the family crypt of the Auditore in Monteriggioni, in AC2. Because in there you learn about the story of Ezio's great-grandfather, Domenico Auditore, who came to know about the Templars and Assassin conflict and joined the Assassins. But in doing so, he got Dante killed his mentor, and his wife as well, by trying to protect the codex that Marco Polo has gotten from his father. The Codex of Altair. And yeah, by having his wife and his mentor being killed, he was kind of like on the run and decided to take on a new identity, adapting the name Auditore, which wasn't his. And yeah, also built a villa from which he could plan the downfall of the Templars yet again. And yeah, he even worked together with Thomas de Corneille to do exactly that. So it's a pretty cool connection there, and it's honestly the setting of a game that I'm most looking forward to if it ever happens. To have that backstory and kind of like connecting piece between AC1 and AC2. Because the codex is really what kind of like binds these 2 games together, and the setting had like the biggest impact on that connection. And hey there, Hitpix, hey there, Mola, welcome in. How are you guys doing? Oh dear, real history time. Thomas de Corneille was a mentor of the French Brotherhood in the late 30th through early 40th centuries. He was one of the key participants in the downfall of the original Templar Order, back when they conveniently wore enormous red targets on their chests. Those Fleamish mercenaries were us, by the way, but I'm guessing you already saw that when you experienced Helix, or whatever focus group tested audience-approved marketing speak they're using these days. After Jacques de Molay and his cronies were rounded up, Thomas and his assassin brothers and sisters spent a decade crisscrossing Europe. On a side note, I spent a month crisscrossing Europe after university, and I tell you what, it bloody felt like a decade. At least those guys spent their time rooting out Templar influence wherever they found it. I spent mine chasing a Spanish girl called Catalina, who I thought had stolen my heart, but in fact had stolen my wallet. Anyway, did you enjoy the Renaissance? You can thank Thomas de Carignan and his associates for paving the way for it. Yeah, and that's what I mean. It's like super important for the whole setting and everything that's happening in AC2, essentially. Cheers, Mola. To you as well. Hope it's a good one for you. But yeah, of course we're gonna be trying to unlock this armor. Since I'm doing all of the Nostradamus Enigmas, so kind of like glyph riddles. And this is actually the first one of them. It's like a couple dozen, I think. Mercurius. Anno 1561. I've been increasingly subject to visions composed of obscure sentences and strange characters, which carry meanings beyond my understanding. The visions were such force that overcome, I passed into a trance. Wherein, I saw a weighty disc burst into many fragments, which themselves were dispersed across a Paris I could scarcely recognize. Such were the changes. Each fragment of a disc accompanied by quatrains of unknown meaning, and to each of those a symbol assigned. Upon awakening, I've written here the words and the symbols to each associated. It is for someone more learned than I to solve their meanings and recover whatever of value they protect. Nostradamus. Did I renovate the kitchen yet? Yeah, I've just did that. You gotta love that the updates always happen across like whatever riddle you're having. The lady of the domicile judges comings and goings from the couch-like throne at the top of a stair.
Cook one happy Ezio.
Lucinda, thank you so much for the 20 months of resubbing. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Did I pick up the diary page? I did, yeah. Yeah, we just read that a couple minutes ago. Okay, so we're looking for a lady of a house here. At the top of a stair. Whenever you can hear this kind of like shimmering sound, it means you're very close to a glyph. And by using eagle vision, that sounds become even louder. And you can also see the glyph. Over here. Lowly sinners, as each we are, aspire to the domed heavens. Pick a fate points beyond, where a supine city beckons. So we aspire to the domed heavens. Like a domed ceiling. Which means we're gonna go on the rooftop here.
Here for a fight, monsieur?
Come again.
A training match, that is. An assassin can never be too well prepared.
Isn't our mandate to work in the shadows? Stay undetected and all that?
Call this the fallback option. Better to practice here in safety than pick a fight with ruffians in the streets. No?
Touché.
I like all of these small, cutscenes that play for discovering different parts of the villa. There we go. Got a domed heaven. Every coin of a chest be rich? Yeah. At this rate, we're gonna be rich in a couple of years of playing. Well, also, I went to get the baby squirrels out of the attic yesterday, and it turns out they weren't squirrels. They were baby birds. Unfortunately, one ran off and hid under your deck, and your dog wanted to play with it. One went under the neighbor's house and is lost, and the other was grabbed by your neighbor for care. Damn. So no squirrels after all? Well, that's good, I guess. But you didn't have to kind of like take care of the baby squirrels as well. But I hope the baby birds are alright though. Yeah, Lucinda. The quest for getting rid of the animals living in the attic goes on. You were too lazy to add subtitles for the Memento room. Yeah. Requiescat in pace. Yeah, I mean it could be way smaller. Could have been 0 out of 3. A letter?
Paris, September 23rd, 1788. Dear Arno, I never thought I could be so bored in Paris.
A letter? A letter?
Can you imagine
For
it?
me? For me?
The greatest city in the world.
Ancient writing.
And here I am,
From the Old
stuck
Kingdom.
in endless lectures from dawn to dusk. It's worse than that winter we spent in Strasbourg. Do you remember? When it snowed for a week straight, and we couldn't leave the house, and all the books in the library were in German. We convinced that cook the house was haunted by some young Frankish prince. And the poor man refused to leave his kitchen without a rosary in one hand and a Bible in the other. I miss those days. The things I'm learning from Father's friends are... well, I wish I could tell you about them. Someday, perhaps. But not now. And not like this. But still, I find myself missing those days. Missing home. Missing you. Next time Father comes to Paris, you must persuade him to bring you along. I remain always your Elise.
I hope I know what I'm doing.
A letter for me, for hobbits, for hobbits, for hobbits. To Isengard, to Isengard. Attacking the hobbits to Isengard. Love that remix. Books in German, such misery. No kidding. Elise knows what she's talking about. A pair of hammers stolen from a blacksmith. And we got the initiation chalice. Arno's rite of passage when he was reborn as an assassin. already have 66% of the mementos because I have all of the achievements unlocked for the game, and of course locked to your account, not to your save file. Also, hey there, Siddiq, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Our gear status, level 1 out of 5. So currently I'm just, you know, having the default outfit here and equipment. So it's the bare minimum. Yeah, this would be a lovely place to just chill and read a book or something. But not in German though. Because we don't do that. Do you have a legacy room? With all the major assassins outfits here. We've already unlocked Edward's outfit. But we can still unlock Connor's, Ezio's, and Altair's. There's also some mystery outfits we can unlock by advancing through the story.
M'inquiéter? What are your intentions going through here? Day to you.
The Ritual of Baphomet. Attend the secret ritual of the cult of Baphomet and assassinate the Templars found there.
I've done some research. An ancient cult. Right here! It's all there on the table.
Summary of the medieval Inquisition into the Templar Order, 1307. Yes, in our profound conviction, the Grand Masters of the Order of the Templars worship the Baphomet and caused it to be worshipped by their initiates. Yes, they existed in the past and there may be still in the present. Assemblies which are presided over by this figure with the head of a goat, seated on a throne and crowned by a flaming torch between its horns. (21st of July). I question some priests who also believe that there still exist followers of Baphomet here on our islet. 31st of August. I seem to discern odd silhouettes in the cemetery. I dare not approach lest I put my life at risk. 1st of September. I followed what I believe was a member of a cult. He disappeared into a blind alley. 5th of October. Rumors of one who brings initiates into the order. He is said to haunt taverns and unsavory locals. Rumors persist as to the continued existence of a cult of Baphomet in Paris. I have myself heard references to a secret entry to a shrine located in one of the islet's cemeteries. Some speak as well of a member in the cult who proselytizes in a tavern. Yeah, that's of course the guy we talked to steal the chalices from Notre-Dame. To get entrance into the cemetery. But now that we know the password, which is may the Father of Understanding guide you, we can go ahead and get entry into the cult and take out the leaders. Yeah, don't you miss it, Rod? It's like once you have a sweet taste of Unity's parkour, everything afterwards is like a step down, downgrade. Even Syndicate.
A new initiate. We're using the chalices you stole in tonight's ritual. Enter. Welcome to the cult of Baphomet.
Sisters and brothers of Baphomet. Here dedicate the life.
Lots of attractive women this year, eh?
How can you tell?
We stand together in gratitude to you, Jeanne, for your bravery. I yield this, my body, for the good of my sisters and brothers in Baphomet. We honor your sacrifice.
The revolution is suppressing the cult of Catholics that has for so long suppressed us.
He who sows the wind harvests the storm.
Keeps making unwelcome advances.
That old goat.
Something's going on.
Jesus, what is up with these smoke bombs? Fuck, of course there had to be one guy left. Classic. So the Paris stories actually don't have the option to replay, unfortunately. There's like no checkpoint or restart the mission option. So I just have to track detections as they happen. But so true, not sure how many franchises take core mechanic that has evolved over so many games and then just decide to de-evolve it so far back. Yeah. Yeah, to some degree I get it with like the old games because you're also going back in time in a way. But with Syndicate it made like literally no sense. They were like reducing and devolving some of the mechanics so much. And taking away over to Liberty. Templars have no money in their pockets. Yeah. Of the richest ones, that's for sure. Yeah, it's a classic rod, isn't it? It's like you take out the entire like fort or something when there's like one guy left to see you. Are we two blades flanked by justice and law? I strike true and fair, hour by hour, for monarchs and peasants alike. I think they're talking about the clock here on the Palais de Justice. Yeah. Encircled by 24 pellets of light, Our Lady of the Rose watches, silent as stone, over believers below. Look to the lady lit by the setting sun. Look to the blossoming rose. I guess I mean Notre-Dame. Or could it be the church over here?
Think whatever you want.
Okay, I'm gonna have a look at the Notre-Dame first. Nice. Stay with Our Lady standing between flowing waters. Count one for each book of the Pentateuch from rose to transept. 5 arches, 5 wide open eyes, 5 nightmares. The last sits atop our treasure, the gate to the infinite. So it's somewhere on the Notre-Dame, but further behind. All of the game should have controlled descent. It really changes up quite a bit about how you can kind of like navigate, you know. It is literally much more controlled. But also the ability to just like menu jump, you know, something that was like a staple in all of the AC games, and then just has been taken out from Syndicate for some reason. Like this jump, you know, just like deciding to jump no matter where you land. You couldn't do in Syndicate. The jump over, you know, because it was kind of like manually triggered by me. Didn't wait for the game to do it.
Things are gonna get seriously bad for you! Right,
Could actually try to scale the Notre-Dame to get the viewpoint. Why not? It is probably the most beautiful viewpoint of this game. You know, this jump as well you couldn't do in Syndicate. Because you have to do literally like a menu jump to get over there. So this location wouldn't work in Syndicate without the rope launcher, essentially. Because it's the only way to jump from one building to the other. Could actually buy some stuff to kind of like increase our stealth stats a bit better. Because if I would have had better stealth stats, then I might not have been detected in the previous mission. Because it does kind of like take more time for the enemies to spot you, essentially. Let's have a look over here. Okay, the hood only gives us like potentially more eagle vision range. That's alright for now. Yeah, ironically, this is actually really good for stealth. Because it gives restricted area detection time minus 30%. I guess they're too distracted looking at Arno's chest. Or something. Amazing. So we could use that. This gives 20. I mean, the Sansalot stuff is basically the best stove gear in the game. So this would be pretty good, actually. The product code too, I guess, but I think honestly the Sansalot code would be the best right now. Let's get Arno's Tailor braces here. It's addition damage, high profile noise and low profile noise reduction. For waist I can kind of like cheat, I guess, and use the legendary Sansalot belt because I have it unlocked by default, because every person has gotten like one legendary item for free. But the game was kind of like, Ubisoft was like trying to compensate people, I guess. So they gave out like one of legendary items random out for free to every person. And for me that's legendary Sansalot belt. So the bridges can actually reduce the running and falling noise. Because the handmade Sansalot bridges would kind of like fit in a way. And also have the best stealth stats essentially. But I think I'm just going for Arno's Tailor bridges here for now. Also quite solid. Yeah, and that's kind of like the hood that belongs to the top part there. It's a bit funny looking with the back there. I actually don't mind it too much, to be honest. It's definitely more of a revolutionary looking hood, that's for sure. Can even change the color too if we want to. Tempest does look quite nice actually. This doesn't look too bad either actually. The green and blue combo. There's even like the classic white and red combo. If you want to go for like more traditional AC colors. Kinda like this one. We could even get a better weapon here. Let's go for one-handed and use one of the ones we have already unlocked here. Pappenheimer Rapier, a German design. That looks interesting, I guess. Kind of like shielding your hand. Okay, it works.
A-t-il perdu la raison? Don't do business with extortionists. Get away.
Je crois que je vais aller m'occuper de mes affaires. Je fatigue.
Could do a couple of social club missions actually. Oh, that's you, Afro. Kinda wonder why you don't have a player level. Even though you have like almost 100% completion. Bridge Brigands. Assassinate the 4 captains exacting tolls at the bridges of the Ile de la Cité. The band of thugs are extorting common citizens by charging a payment simply to cross a bridge. Eliminate the captains on each bridge. The council.
Here, brother.
Yeah, could be, I guess, Afro. There's definitely some bugs happening between the Dead King CSC and the player level. Not again. Got so much money last time just by doing the Café missions. 25k from the final one, just insane when you're on the first sequence. That's true, yeah. You can make quite a bit of money quite fast with some of the missions. Like also in the other districts of Paris. There's even one that gives you like almost 50k or something, I think.
Not hearing things
Allez! À la garde! Par ici! Par ici! Il y a un cadavre ici!
Il a l'air de s'amuser.
Okay, that's number 1. Yeah, my favorite way to make money in this game though is just replaying It Belongs in the Museum, a heist mission. Because if you study that level you can make money so damn quickly. It's actually crazy.
I said I want all the money you've got. Pay up. Right, I've had enough. I don't waste time. Shift your ass here, now!
Madame, là-bas, combien m'en offrez-vous? 70 livres, vendu!
I think it's also there's like free roaming guards, you know, that can also detect you during a mission. But aren't even like part of a mission design or something.
Should I turn your bones to jelly and leave a lucky state to mark your last stand? I can crush you soon as blink. Just squeeze into a bloody pulp. You like that?
Okay, let's wait for him to come back here. We can like social stealth assassinate this guy. Oh, come on. Seriously? Oh, this is such bullshit. So all of a sudden, once this guy comes around, not interested in giving me social stealth anymore, or what? Like, I just saw social stealth all of a sudden. I think it was because of a dead body, but it didn't like make me lose kind of it didn't get me like detected before, I guess, and didn't make me lose any of the social stealth. It's really weird. Okay, one more to go. Probably could actually restock on some of the smoke bombs here.
Tell people to pay in the name of the revolution, and look.
Keep them moving. More money. More.
Well, there you go. Hey! You want me to find the most convenient outpost to hit you up first?
There's like guards everywhere. I didn't initially even see the blue guards there. They will also like attack me and detect me if they see me perform like a crime.
Something's not right.
Okay. That did work quite well there. Just like smoke bomb running for the kill and then getting out of there immediately. Smoke bomb duration isn't like endless, but yeah, you gotta be quite careful because there's some really weird timing sometimes where you can still get detected even though you're like inside the smoke bomb and throw like another one, etc.
Il doit se passer quelque chose depuis la nuit. Hey.
Oui, monsieur, pour quelle quantité? C'est tout de même particulièrement hideux.
Je parie qu'il avale lui. Bonjour à vous.
I guess I'm going for the handmade Sansalot trousers because they do seem to fit a bit better with the top, to be honest. Just to go more for like that kind of look, yeah. I do wonder how that braces look like actually. A bit more rugged, leathery. I want to keep my current one, I think.
Monsieur, soyez bienvenue. Corrige-le, Maurice. Cet homme est un voleur. Qu'il soit dit.
Graduation. After nearly a year of training, Arno's finally ready to become a full-fledged assassin. All he has to do is complete one last exercise.
What's the mission?
The mission. Let's get your arse in position. Don't ask questions, piss pop.
I live to serve.
Okay, so I have 3 targets and all of them have to be taken down with a cover assassination.
citizen!
Yeah, not like this. I was kind of hoping I could do like a high-profile cover assassination, but it was a bit far away there. Yeah, that works. Distance. That's one.
Captain Bashir! Damn it, where's the killer? Damn it. Not good. Going to kill you for that!
There you go, that makes the cover kills much easier by using the high profile option. Because in cover you can hold right trigger or like high profile mode. And then use attack to kind of like get much more distance for a cover kill. Which does expose you, I guess, but at the same time it's really good to get those kind of objectives done. Killer? What killer? He just fell over. Yeah, he's fine. He's just taking a temporary rest.
Lord Guillaume de Roussel has generously agreed to our price of 40%.
An act of desperation. What about the priest?
He'll come around.
Your confidence is infectious, Sivert. My boys will have the wagon ready.
Here are the details. Make sure it goes smoothly.
Of course. Make sure that it goes smoothly, cretin. When have I...
Murder! Murder!
These bastards always have bodyguards. Well...
Help!
Next time, do that before he starts screaming.
Why do we hang about here when Sivert still lives?
Charles Gabriel Sivert. Born on December 1st, 1725 in Louisbourg, New France, Sivert was the son of a lieutenant in the Swiss regiment Théâtre. Oh, the Swiss army. Terrifying. If you find the idea of a bunch of men in feathery hats and livery shorts standing around with their pocket knives refusing to take sides, terrifying. Like his father, Sivert chose to make his career in the army, serving in New France in the West Indies before returning to Europe in 1785, where he opened a shipping business. Right, the shipping business. Very diplomatic way of saying Templar artifact smuggling. We've got data linking Sivert to everything from funding Haven Kenway's operations in the American colonies to the disastrous attempt to recover. Well, never mind. You're not clear for that. Just keep an eye on this one, yeah? But he had a big day and a big night before, so was very tired, overworked, underpaid, so very exhausted. And he had 2 or 10 beers, I think. But Anno, you should have waited until the others had left before doing the air assassination Belek. That's true. You know, that wasn't very low profile either. But you can really tell in like multiple situations that Belek is really like trying to push Arno over time. Like even when we were still training with the sticks in the Bastille prison, you know. Like when the explosion happened, Arno was like looking away to kind of like check that out, and you know Belek was like striking his hand, you know, even though he wasn't even focusing on the fight. And it's like, focus, concentrate, we still gotta fight. It's kind of like a similar situation where, you know, he could have just also waited, I guess. But he decides to push Arno further and further. So that's that voice actor you recognize again. Guy that voices the guards in the game Thief, another Eidos Montreal Square Enix game. I gotcha. That's really cool. I do love how a lot of the Montreal developed games share like similar voice actors, which of course makes sense. It's great getting to hear them in like other games. One of the reasons I want to play Batman Arkham Origins as well at some point, because there's also some voice actors I think that they share, and even one of the major writers for the first Assassin's Creed and a couple of others. I think he even ended up working and writing that game too. But I think it's also Montreal-based development.
He killed Monsieur de la Serre.
Patience. Severe's not the target. Not today. Come on. Council's waiting for our report.
Okay, that's a force detection right here.
You're mine. You'll never get past all of them. There! I'm right here, sunshine.
Come on.
Cover the run.
Time to wear your cape.
Go, Patriots! Die! Where are you going? Stop!
So throwing a smoke bomb there will actually get to detect it.
Merde. Patriots. These imbeciles will pick a fight with anyone. Try not to draw their attention.
Shouldn't we stop them?
Stop them. Avoid them. Doesn't matter. There's always more fanatics. Can't save everyone, piss pop.
Well, there's a cheery thought.
Extremists in Red harass a population. They are paid by Templars that can recognize you and attack you anywhere in the city. And they're quite annoying for stealth challenges, that's for sure. Because they will seek conflict no matter what. You don't even have to be like in a restricted area or anything. But that's a good point, and I think he also treats Arno almost in a way like he's expecting him to be just like his father. That's true too, you know. The moment he learns about Arno being the son of his father, you know, he also treats him very differently, of course, immediately. But you can also tell how much of his father might be seeing in him and wants to be seen too. There's also the game that has great menu music. Yeah, this one is quite nice. I like the synthesizers and kind of like very ambient vibe that it has.
Heads up, lads. Remy found Monsieur Rapinon's body in a courtyard not far from here. Stabbed through the throat.
Just trying not to strain your heart.
careful, Pistol. You'll hurt someone.
Yeah, I'm gonna hurt myself apparently. Amazing.
Need a break?
You call that a run?
Just trying not to strain your heart.
Guards in blue always attack extremists in red first. Avoid taking them to reduce conflicts.
Need a break? I can't believe this. We've not seen Seaver for a year, and you're letting him walk. All because his name wasn't on a bloody piece of paper.
The timing's not right. Too many variables, too many loose threads.
And if we lose him again?
He'll be at Notre-Dame tomorrow, if he keeps to the schedule we found.
You might have shared that earlier.
But definitely, and he might also feel like he can relive the good old days of when Arno's father was alive. That too, I guess, you know. Listen, it reminds you of the menu music in Deus Ex Human Revolution. Nice. That's a series I still have to get into myself. I look forward to it because, yeah, it's like all developed in Montreal, right? So there's like some parallels, I guess, to Assassin's Creed as well. But yeah, they look really fun, those games. Basset, you don't get it? Extremists are revolutionaries or what? Yeah, kind of. So they're kind of like extremist revolutionaries, I guess. That's more like seek trouble, I guess. And oftentimes they will also be used by the Templars to further their own goals, I guess. But yeah, they're using extremists and Templar associates also kind of like interchangeably sometimes. But yeah, in a way, you know, they will often also call you like a bloody royalist or something, which shows kind of like their positioning within the revolution, of course, you know. They're not part of like the guards or kind of like guards of the royalty, but they despise them. In a Eidos Montreal Square Enix game? I gotcha. Yeah. I wonder though if I should start like all the way from the beginning or rather start like a later game in the series. Of course, there's quite a few of them, right? And the first one being quite old at this point.
So what happens next?
We take this ledger full of Templar records to Mirabeau. Proceeds to do nothing with it.
You don't seem terribly fond of him.
He's a politician. Sees himself as a great peacemaker. He thinks he can end the war between assassins and Templars, bring the revolution to a happy conclusion, and convince dogs and cats to live together in peace.
And that's bad?
It's a self-aggrandizing pipe dream. Templars are at their weakest since Jacques de Molay burned. We're running around after second-rate smugglers. All because Mirabeau wants to secure his legacy.
Monsieur de la Serre believed a truce was possible.
And look where it got him.
Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong, I guess, you know. Will the Assassins and Templars ever overcome the differences, you know? I mean, even William Maltz, you know, modern day, he said that there will always be a conflict, you know, even if the two organizations don't exist. It's about people wanting their freedom and the Templars wanting to take it. And if it happens, then it will always like create a conflict and collusion. Sure, you can have like a truce between different people within both organizations that are not extreme about their beliefs, you know, that wouldn't kill just because somebody thinks different. But, you know, in its core, they're kind of like antagonizing forces, really. And I don't think a truce would ever work. Not if the Templars try to be authentic to their gods, at least. But would probably be better suited to answer that. You started with Human Revolution? I gotcha. Thank you regardless, Lucinda. But the good thing about Human Revolution and Mankind Divided story-wise is their prequels to the original Deus Ex. Gameplay-wise, the big difference is a third-person view when behind cover and when doing takedowns, whereas the original game is completely first-person. I gotcha. Interesting. That's really good that they're prequels, I guess, because then I can definitely play Human Revolution first, I reckon. It's a bit like a situation, I guess, with Red Dead Redemption, you know, where the second game is set before the first one. But I was still really glad that I played the first one first, even though it was set afterwards, because a lot of the storylines and characters didn't exist yet, I guess, for the second game when the first game came out. So I'm gonna have to think about it, I guess. I feel it would either way be interesting. But yeah, I think whatever I choose to play the games in the order, I'll probably change it up for replay and then play it like in release order or timeline order, I guess. Depending on what I've done before. Get like both viewpoints, I guess.
Well, the customs agents of France can rest easy. Arpinot's dead.
Shaking down imprisoned nobles seems a bit out of his oeuvre. What are the Templars up to?
If we hadn't spent the last year hobbled by your damn truce, we might know that.
Here's a point, Honoré. The truce was with Grand Master de la Serre.
The man's been dead for 2 years. Whoever's in charge now, you can be certain they aren't sitting idle.
We might have learned more had we not allowed Sivert to escape.
Sivert was there?
I know your heart is set on keeping the peace, but bringing Monsieur de la Serre's killer to justice would count for something, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. But do not confuse your personal vendetta with a sound strategy.
If he wants to kill Templars, let him kill Templars. I've done him all I can. Boys ready?
Very well. Assassin. I charge you to go to Notre-Dame de Paris, and to find there the Templar agent, Charles Gabriel Sivert. You will learn his secrets, and when you have done so, you will bring him peace, in accordance with our tenets.
Rob, that's a good way to go about it. There was also a sequel to the original game called Invisible War as well, but not sure too much about that one. What you do know about the original is it's still limited, but there might be things about it which could be frustrating if you play the prequel first, especially considering the difference in years between each title. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, you know, like gameplay-wise it's probably best to start with the first game. And story-wise it might also be interesting because a lot of the stuff, of course, in Human Revolution would have been written kind of like thinking forward, right? Like what has already happened. So I feel like for first playthrough, it might be a nice idea to start with the original one and kind of like see that gameplay progression and also like understand a bit more of the choices behind the narrative of the later games, I guess. but yeah, I'm still a decent way away from starting with series, so will be something I have to consider once I decide to actually play them. But yeah, thanks for the information, Wo. It definitely helps for planning series playthrough. Hey there. So once Mirabelle, the mentor of the assassins, actually dies, she becomes the new assassin mentor. I would have loved to see more of her, maybe even in Dead Kings or something.
Oh no, what cheer? What cheer, my friend?
Ah no, what cheer? I wonder if this is like a fallen friend of his or something. Sarcophagus for the assassins. Yeah, that would have been cool too, you know, kind of like having more optional dialogues with him, more interactions, even if it's like small ones. Yeah, we actually have 2 skill points here. I do want to get the environmental blending here because it's going to help quite a bit. The ability to vanish by performing mundane activities such as sitting on a bench or leaning against a wall, walking into blending object to perform. And we can get the ranged weapon. The ability to use ranged weapons such as pistols and muskets. Put left bumper to aim and press right trigger to shoot. Also gonna be quite useful for stealth actually. Because if the others don't see you like shooting a target, then you are good with a stealth kill.
What cheer, Anna?
Okay, I think I'm gonna get another renovation here.
Evening, sir. I'll need this week's menu to purchase the wine.
I'll have it sent to your office straight away.
Very good.
I trust the cellar won't be shorted this time?
I am aware of the thefts and am taking steps to deal with them. Thank you, madame.
Of course, monsieur. Evening, sir.
Kind of like how his actual interactions between the bookkeeper here and the other employees in the Café Théâtre. You can renovate the hall.
The previous owners must have walled off a room in the main hall. Perhaps you'd be interested in what they found.
Very nice. I'm just gonna go check if it's anything in connection to Toma de Canio. Nope. That's in regards to the Café Théâtre. So that one we're not gonna be reading for this playthrough. We can also upgrade the exteriors here.
That well's been disused for years. It'll be nice to have fresh water again.
And that's now another way to get inside and outside the underground and into the Café Théâtre.
Citizen!
Citizen? Hey, wir haben eine Bastard, welcome in.
Citizen!
We're actually currently at 3 citizens that we've heard so far. Could be that I missed 1 or 2, but yeah, that's the one at least that I noticed. Oh, there's also something here. Ah yeah. Report on the training of Initiate Chart Dorian. This report is written in a crude, blocky hand as though the scribe were unused to writing. Here's a goddamn progress report. Initiate Dorian is showing progress. Pierre Belek. That kind of aligns with what you've been saying as well, Rod, right? That he wants to relive the days with Arno's father. Because he was indeed the one training Charles Dorian as well. Like he was in charge of training him, according to the letter. It's the game with a parkour. That's the one. Some actual parkour. Whoever uses the sound, but you're doubling it. The Citizen Echo. But you know, you completely forgot about the letter. Been years since you did a playthrough reading through things like that. That's definitely fair too. That's cool that it kind of lines up there.
Our things are gonna get seriously.
Yeah, the cafe already looks nicer. Kind of cool even like working on the boating there. It's also like a small animation here where you can just stand and look down. Stop it. Bastards. Okay. Wanna go and head for the next main story here because it's gonna be the first major assassination in Unity. The Confession Kill. Probably one of the most iconic assassination missions in the series, to be honest. Because it also introduces like a new system which is kind of like called black box style assassinations, kind of like Hitman games, where the mission is providing you with different options to get inside, outside, to the target, create like a unique kill animation, etc. And it's up to you as a player to decide how you want to approach the mission.
D'où vient toute cette agitation?
Hey there, Presley, welcome in. Yeah, I remember playing this game too when it came out. My PC was quite struggling with it. I think I had like maybe 30 FPS on average. Back when I was still rocking my AMD Sapphire 7870 XT boost. Which really wasn't made for this game, that's for sure. Confession. Charles Gabriel Sévère, one of the men who murdered Monsieur de la Serre, is meeting a client in Notre-Dame. Find out what he knows and kill him.
What's our plan?
Our plan? You're not an apprentice anymore, boy. So study your surroundings. Devise your own plan. I'm not here to hold your hand. No targets unreachable.
Out of the way. Move. Where the hell was Duchesneau? Oh.
If you can't find a weakness to exploit, make one.
You've secured the cathedral?
Oui, monsieur.
Good. Tell Sévère I'll meet him inside.
Opportunities everywhere. It's on you to take it.
You! Get back here with my keys! Thieves!
And if all other plans fail, why not sacrifice yourself for the cause, your life for his? Before Altair, that was the Levantine approach.
You mean a dagger in broad daylight as I'm cut down where I stand?
Sends a powerful message.
I'll do it my way.
Whatever you think best, assassin.
Assassinate Sévère. You got one unique kill, 10 entrances, 1 secret entrance, and 2 alarm bells. Okay, I had to kill him there before he detects me. That's also how you can steal, I guess. So now we have a key, and now we can go ahead and get the secret entrance into Notre-Dame unlocked. Yeah, it's so good. I'm in the bear suit. Definitely one of my favorite assassinations in this one.
You've secured the cathedral.
Oui, Monsieur Duchesneau.
This is the only way in or out, and we've paid off the guards.
Good. We'll open on deck. I don't want to take any chances. Run the shield to the tell them I've got the wings master. Join me. Voilà.
Venez affronter la volonté du peuple! Mettons de la chair à pâté!
Revenez au pâturage, Seigneur! C'est tout ignorer la voix du peuple! Arrachez-leur leurs vêtements!
Get over here! I'll finish you quick if you ask nice!
Viande et les plus beaux morceaux de Paris, préparés comme vous les aimez.
Come on, Father.
C'est amusant. Jusqu'à ce que quelqu'un se blesse.
Where the hell is that priest? What the hell is keeping this priest?
Now we can pretend to be him and unlock the confession booth assassination. Oh yeah. But I'm gonna go ahead and now free the priest who's been locked upstairs. Because I've unlocked like a secret entrance inside.
Merci. Que Dieu vous bénisse.
Yeah, no worries, Lucinda. Thank you for being here and for joining us. I hope you have a good day. And also, if anybody wants to check out somebody who's playing through the AC games for the first time currently, definitely go ahead and check out Lucinda's channel. She's currently doing a playthrough of AC1. And we'll probably finish it in the next stream or so, and then jump into AC2 as well. So if you want to catch somebody's first impression of the games, then definitely go ahead and check that out, if you haven't before.
Beatitudinem dilectissime frate in Christo. Amen. Introibo ad altare ad Deum qui letificat juventutem mea judica me Deus
out my way.
Jesus.
One side.
Ab homine iniquo et doloso eure me, quia tu es Deus.
Okay, that wasn't planned at all, but it worked out.
Quare me Christi, quare tristis incedo, tum affligit me inimicus, emitte lucem tuam et veritatem tuam. Ipsa me deduxerunt et adduxerunt in montem sanctum.
Oh, very nice, Pressy. Yeah, they gave it away when Notre-Dame was burning. Ubisoft did offer the blueprint for Notre-Dame, but they didn't actually end up using it, as far as I'm aware.
Finally so recent, did he? What's our cut? 30%. Good, good. This is our moment, my friend. Petty nobles are ripe enough fruits, but the Church has been leeching off the people for centuries. If we crack their vaults, the Grand Master cannot fail to recognize our work.
As you say, monsieur.
Good. Now, if we're done here, I'll take my leave and wait for our holy friend to deliver the goods.
Wait here. See that we're not disturbed.
Sivert.
Monsieur Latouche, I'm here to see the King of Beggars.
Come with me.
The intrigues of rats! Pompous fool, if I could lay my hands on him.
Well, what's so important you had to pull me away from my daughters?
You're right, monsieur. Too much of the king's champagne.
Sivert, come away!
Died in Notre-Dame de Paris on January 5th, 1791. Assassins 1, Templars 0. Lucinda, Mondays and Tuesdays will pretty much be dedicated to AC games for the next probably 4 to 6 months or so. Thank you for the shoutout. No worries whatsoever, Lucinda. More than happy to give you one. And yeah, that sounds good. I'm looking forward to all the AC action coming in. Gonna be great to see you also jump into AC2 and you know, seeing all the changes and upgrades that they've made with that game. And again, you could never make the jump to the haystack from that wire. Yeah, but it can be quite tricky, for sure. Didn't work for me either there.
Quia tu es Deus, fortitudo mea. Quare me repulisti, et quare tristis piedos. Dum affligit me iniminicus, emitte lucem tuam et veritatem tuam. Ipsa me deducerum et adducerum in montem sanctum tuum, et in tabernacula tuum.
Oh shoot. I still have to do kills from hiding spots, I totally forgot. It's annoying you have to do that for full sync here. Gotta take care of that first actually. The fact that the main assassination doesn't count as hiding spot either is kind of like weird.
Ipsa me deduxerunt et adduxerunt in montem sanctum, et in tabernacula tua, adiutorium nostrum in nomine Domini, qui fecit caelum et terra. Introibo ad altare Dei, ad Deum qui letificat juventutem meam, judica me Deus et descene causa meam, de gente non sancta.
Okay, let's hope he comes this way at some point.
Quia tu es Deus, fortitudo mea. Quare me repulisti, et quare tristis incedo. Dum affligit me iniminicus.
Oh, okay, it works. Okay, good. I'm actually not sure right now if I can use a hiding spot for multiple kills here. I'm gonna try throwing a cherry bomb and then going back inside. Okay, he wasn't phased by that in the slightest, apparently. Seriously? Yeah, he doesn't react to the firecracker, apparently. I guess we gotta find another hiding spot here. That one should work. Just gotta time it so the other guy doesn't actually look into our direction here. Okay. Time to get out of here. But the unfortunate thing is I've already used my lift here to get up, so I can't use that one again. Which really sucks, to be honest. But I guess we can climb the wall like that. Oh yeah. It worked out nicely. Anakin was weird seeing this mission finished so quickly. Yeah. I definitely have the advantage that I've played this multiple times already. Honestly, this might be my most replayed mission in all of AC Unity as well. I'm sure the other assassinations will not be quite as smooth, to be honest. But I take this one. But yeah, I would have almost been detected though when I did the failed leap of faith there. What do you think it would? Yeah, I mean, it definitely is a cover kill, you know. But yeah, I think it ironically only counts if you kill him before he goes inside for the unique kill or something. Cheers, Rod. Thanks for mission passed. Do we count it clean? Yeah. They didn't get any full detections there. Ava Carbon, welcome in. Yeah, Rod, he's gonna be quite interesting, because there's only one way really to kill him stealthily, but even getting there, you know, means that you can potentially be detected before even can get like around, right, to go like behind him and assassinate him from there. And then also with the snipers and everyone. I did do it before stealthy, but yeah, it can be super tricky. For sure.
Jesus, Deacon, do you read?
What the hell is that?
I'm here, Bishop. That's a server sweep. Abstergo's looking for you, and they're close.
Damn it. Can you open a server bridge?
Hey, come on, it's me. Already on it. Couple of seconds.
Initiate. We're opening a server bridge. Find the portal and pass through before the sweep finds you.
Got it, go.
Do you see it? They're hard to miss. Jumping from one Helix server to another should buy you a few more hours. If it doesn't, we're screwed.
Well, we're not screwed. It's your initiate that gets the brunt.
Deacon, you're not helping.
It is busted, yeah. He's taking on the nickname Deacon to kind of like shield his identity, I guess, you know. So not everybody knows it's him. But yeah, it's like a code name, I guess.
There it is. Go! The signal's holding. Good. You're waiting outside the main simulation now. This will throw Abstergo off your trail for a while, but you'll also run into a lot of incomplete and corrupted code. Which probably explains why the people here aren't quite here.
What outfit am I wearing? So this is currently the Sansalot set, the handmade one, so like the first version. Mine is a bracer, that one is from
Looks like
Anno.
the late 1800s. Now this is a Paris I wouldn't mind visiting. Maybe another time. Right now, you need to get to the exit portal. I can't see a path through though. See if you can find a route underground.
This reminds me a lot of like Bioshock Infinite with a whole vibe.
You know, the Belle Epoque looks a lot cleaner than revolutionary Paris, don't you think? Fewer beheadings too, I bet.
Done with work, time to sleep until tomorrow.
That's it.
Sounds like a plan, Harbinger.
The metro station ahead. Oh shit. This area's becoming unstable.
You can't see sub with prime option on your UI. Any help? Not sure, to be honest. Are you looking on mobile or are you looking on desktop version of Twitch? Might be it's not available on mobile or something. You hate sleep? Glad that you're used to having 6 to 7 hours of sleep. Was 8 to 9 ever passed? Fair enough. Yeah, for me it was kind of like 5 to 7 hours for a long time. But now I need a lot more sleep. It didn't really bother me a couple of years ago, but nowadays I definitely need at least like at least 6. But optimally 7 to 8. Gotcha, Presley. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe, have you ever used the Prime sub before? Maybe it's like still waiting for that sub to end or something. It doesn't become available until one full sub has like run out, I guess. Or did you, like, just set it up or something? Yeah, for me it's the opposite, I guess, Harbinger, you know? For me it's like, I've become older, so I need more sleep. Okay, gotcha. In that case, you might have to wait a little bit for it to be recognized by Twitch. Maybe you just have to restart your entire browser or something. Could be, I guess. Yeah, might take a little bit until Twitch recognizes that properly.
There you are. And you found the exit. Good. It's an unstable vortex of energy, so there's no telling how it will disrupt the simulation.
So you gotta avoid the wind charge, otherwise you take damage.
Like you'll have to climb Lady Liberty. She must have bled through from another time period. The French should have shipped her off to the States by now. Just get to the portal. I'll do what I can to stop it from closing. See you on the other side.
And that unlocks the Bow Epoch Rift, which means we can go ahead and replay this one as many times as we want, like the setting. Then it will kind of like include other things like data packages that you have to collect to then get enough data to rescue another assassin who's like trapped inside the Helix. And by doing so, you unlock modern day documents, which kind of give you more of a clue of what's happening in the background of all the Helix products, I guess. And what Abstergo is kind of like up to as well.
We're back. Not everyone is so fortunate their first time through a bridge. Sometimes our initiates are trapped in the system, and we have no choice but to send someone like you in to rescue them. In fact, one of our initiates is caught in a Belle Epoque server right now. If you're not too exhausted, you can re-enter the bridge and rescue him. All right, back to work, initiate.
That's the first time we played this, you had no idea where to run. Fair enough, yeah. It can be a bit confusing, you know, with how open the train tracks feel like. Where's Presley? Yeah, Harbinger, the artifacts and the rifts, they're so annoying to get. Because here's the deal, right? The artifacts in the maps, in the rifts, they don't have any official map. But there's still people who created some online, I guess, to kind of like guide people. But whenever an artifact spawns, it only spawns at one location. And if you already collected an artifact at a position where it's now spawning, it means you can't collect it, and it's kind of just like invisible. Then you gotta restart the entire rift again to hopefully get another spawn for an artifact that you haven't collected yet. And yeah, it can be very tedious and time consuming. I probably won't be doing it this time for my playthrough because it doesn't really unlock anything lore-wise. Nor is it necessary to finish off the Helix Rifts. But yeah, that's also the only way to unlock the Altair outfit. By collecting all of the artifacts. In the Rifts, I guess. Do you have a favorite in the AC franchise? Yeah, for me my favorite is definitely the second Assassin's Creed game. This has a very special place in my heart. Definitely from having played it back when it came out, you know. And still replaying it to this day. I think it still holds up really well. And I think it also was hugely influential for the series. Really changing up the way of a narrative and how the story was structured. To laying the groundwork for lots of mechanics, like the renovation system, you know. Really refining the mechanics too, like the parkour and stealth and stuff. And yeah, even like setting up characters like, you know, Aya for Origins or Darius for Odyssey. And potentially even more. And if it wasn't for the success of AC1 and 2, I guess, then AC3 would have been the last game. So especially the success of AC2 meant that Assassin's Creed was going to be a long-running series. And we wouldn't have like a lot of other games if it wasn't for both AC1 and 2, I guess. But yeah, another game that I really, really love a lot, and that I would consider my second favorite, like almost on the same level as much as I enjoy AC2, is Origins. I just love Bayek and his story and the setting of ancient Egypt. It's drop dead gorgeous, and I love the soundtrack too. And the way it's written and acted, I think, is just outstanding. Especially in like the main cutscenes and stuff. So yeah, that has to be my second slash favorite. Eva, it rains. Welcome in. Very good points. You're still yet to complete the first 3 AC games. I gotcha. So that means you're working on Brotherhood currently? Yeah, that's another thing with the gameplay in Origins. You know, even though it was like changed quite a lot, I guess you could say, from like the classic Assassin's Creed formula. I think it was a very bold step forward, and by keeping the story in check, I didn't mind the gameplay changes all that much, you know, because they still supported each other, I think, and the stealth was still really good in Origins, and you had like so many things you could play around with. Plus, in a way, it made sense that it's like a bit more bare bones in some regards, you know, because it's also like very early in history. With the Assassins or the Credo, a lot of the things that made the Assassins haven't really been a thing yet. It's all about finding out how some of the things came to be. So I can live with some gameplay aspects not being traditional AC, because it's all about kind of like that evolution, I guess, from how those things came to be. I think it became a bit more problematic with Odyssey and Valhalla when they chose to have like dialogue options, because that really didn't fit with the Assassin's Creed narrative at all. But Origins, being kind of like a linear story, still fitted quite well. Welcome back, Gamer Loop. Oh, very nice. How fun to AC2 are you now? Hope you've been enjoying it. You don't own Unity right now, it rains? Very nice. Is it your first time playing the game? Or have you played it before? Presser, you started with Black Flag, then went on with further games according to release. Played AC3 at the end, the remaster one. I gotcha. Yeah, Black Flag is actually not a bad starting point for Assassin's Creed. Considering that Edward also doesn't know too much about both the Assassins or the Templars. So you get like a very neutral look on either side, I guess. It's also, you know, after like the ending of a major story arc, so that's actually quite good starting point, I would say. You hear me? But you enjoyed Odyssey so much, probably because you were obsessed with Greek history beforehand. That's fair too, you know. I definitely don't think that Odyssey is like a bad game or anything. I don't think it's a particularly good Assassin's Creed game. You know, in the sense of like, it's about the Assassins, the Templars, the Idiots and stuff. It was definitely more like an adventure in ancient Greece type of deal. But yeah, I had like an enjoyable time, you know, when I played Odyssey for the first time. I was also really intrigued in the Greek history aspect, and most and foremost, I guess, I kind of enjoyed the action RPG gameplay mechanics and how I could like play around with certain abilities and playstyles and stuff. For me, Odyssey has the most issues when you look at it from an AC perspective, I guess. But as a game in and of itself, it's really solid. Yeah, Manu completed Sequence 5 lately, now in Venice with Leonardo. Oh yeah. That mission when you get to Leonardo is so funny. With a carriage. Leonardo, hide. You don't have to tell me that twice. It Rains, you played it like 4 to 5 years ago, but never finished it, so you really don't own it now, because your love for AC has been reignited. Oh, very nice. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it, and I hope you have a great time revisiting this awesome game. Was there anything in particular that reignited your love for Assassin's Creed? Yeah, Leonardo is such a great sidekick, you know. He's probably my favorite side character together with Mario Auditore. And I love how he and Ezio really grow to be like friends eventually, you know. Plus I agree on that, can't say it was more aligned with the franchise. Yeah. But yeah, definitely a fun time though. Like, I do enjoy myself playing Odyssey, you know. Whenever I play it. I'm not always in the mood for it. Because the storytelling is also very different in its kind of like vibe and humor. But yeah, it can be a good time for sure. Your friend started playing Black Flag in Discord and then it reminded you of when you used to play Unity, Brotherhood and Revelations. I gotcha. Yeah, Brotherhood and Revelations are also fantastic games. I love them so much. Especially like having your Brotherhood at your disposal and using them to take like targets out for you and stuff. And really feeling like you're building out a faction for yourself. And Unity was cool too, because you had like not AI Brotherhood, like a Brotherhood made of computers, but you had like a real life Brotherhood. By creating clubs and having like people join your club.
What are you saying? You weren't cheering. Hey, you need to calm down.
Fett slide hvor? Yeah, I feel like for people who really get into Assassin's Creed, the first game that you play will always have like a special place in your heart, right? Because that's the one that really like made you love the series, I guess, or made you like interested in the first place. And I think that's also part of the reason why I love AC1 and 2 so much. Because 2 has been like my first AC game that I got to play from start to finish. And AC1 was the first AC game I ever got to check out and play like a little bit, I guess. And like follow a lot of like the trailers and gameplay demos and stuff. But AC2 especially, you know, having like access to the game from start to finish was a very special experience for sure.
Make this easier on yourself. Tell me who you're protecting. What do you want? What's all that then?
For you, AC franchise was like the first game you loved playing and enjoyed every bit of it. You never uninstalled it. The game died alongside your motherboard. Rest in peace, Black Flag and motherboard. Train's reason you bought Unity in the first place was because your friend bought it because of multiplayer and his friend was gonna get it, but then he never bought it for some reason, so then you bought it and played it with him. I gotcha. Yeah, that's another great aspect too of Unity, you know, the fact that you can play together and that it's still working quite well, you know, like you can still create clubs and have a fun time together. Free roam in Paris too, that works as well. You don't even have to do like a particular mission or anything. But yeah, I better enjoy it while you can, because I'm sure Ubisoft is gonna turn down the servers in a few years. At some point. Yeah, I remember just watching some of the AC1 trailers on repeat in like 2006-07. On YouTube. Just being completely fascinated with how good it looked and how great it felt, you know, like imagining playing it. Also, the level of animations back then was really impressive to me, you know, like it all felt super realistic. Like also with the combat and stuff. It didn't really feel like a game necessarily, like not arcadey. But yeah, what impressed me most was probably the traversal, especially in AC1, you know, like the ability to have like an open world sandbox almost, where you can like traverse from any point to another. Like the whole pathfinding isn't linear, you know, it's like the opposite, it's completely open to you as a player to make like decisions constantly, I guess, about where you want to be going. Yeah, there weren't too many games, you know, that allowed that kind of freedom with where you want to traverse. Whoops. Oh damn, we got 69 money in the bank. Nice. But yeah guys, so this is gonna be where I will call it today with AC Unity. Definitely a long stream, but it was great to really like dive into it, you know, get like through the parts where Arno becomes an assassin and then even doing some assassin stuff already. Next time we play this, we will be focusing on the Eau de la Cité a lot more. So that's the city center here. So got a decent bit of missions left, some social club missions, Paris stories, murder mystery. Of course a main story to start sequence 4. Café Théâtre mission, which we have to start as well. So gonna be busy for quite a while just doing that. And then I want to take the game mostly by the level of difficulty and where the main story is kind of like bringing us. Which is gonna be up here pretty much, like over to the Ventre de Paris, Les Halles, and also I think these two mainly. But as you can see, each district has kind of like a level associated with it. And I would like to take on the level 2 areas next. And finish all of them before I move to like a level 3 area, for instance. Just to have like a better balancing, and also it's gonna like give us a good progression feeling for some of the later missions as well. Fair enough, Presley. Pirating the pirate game. It's like an Inception kind of thing. And Reigns, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And yeah, I hope you have a good time with Unity once you get it started. Catch you next time, Harbinger. Thank you for being here. Hope you have a good rest later. And no worries, Avarod. Thank you also for being here, dude. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a good night too. And yeah, for anybody that hasn't checked out Rod's channel, highly recommend checking that out too. He's another massive fan of Assassin's Creed and is playing them on a regular basis, currently exclusively, every day pretty much. And yeah, he just has finished Odyssey doing a Sparta kick challenge, and now with Valhalla he's also doing a stealth challenge. So trying to play through the entire game, the whole main game, all of the main story missions, having to be completely stealthy. But he's also a big fan of other story-driven games like Red Dead Redemption, Grand Theft Auto, Deus Ex, Tomb Raider, and many more. So if that sounds interesting to you, definitely go ahead and check that out. I also want to give a shout out to Carbon, who's another great streamer. He's actually currently playing through AC3, also doing kind of like a serious run. He just finished Revelations recently. And yeah, he's playing the original version. Just having like a casual playthrough with the game, but really enjoying it. So if you want to see more of that generation of AC games, definitely go ahead and check out Carbon too. Cheers, Anakin. Thank you for being here. Good to have you. To you as well, Presley. Take care. And that's no worries whatsoever, Rod. More than happy to give you a shout out, dude. As always. And yeah, I hope you have a good continuation tomorrow with Valhalla. But yeah, for today, let's head over here and have a look who's online and we can raid. Oh, interesting. Ginger Perks is actually playing some Hellblade. That's awesome. I love Hellblade so much. That's a game I really hope I get to replay this year. More stealthing? Indeed. As long as Bosom doesn't take your head, I think you're doing good at stealth. It was so funny again to witness that moment with a leap of faith in Valhalla. Such an awesome game, can't wait to play it again. She's at the end, Navo. I gotcha. That's true, she's about to finish it. So I guess she's gonna call it very soon too. Okay, I think I might have an idea. I think we're gonna try to raid Jackie Chan. He's actually a partner on Twitch. And I'm not sure if I ever raided him before. To be honest, he's actually a pretty big Hearthstone streamer, or at least used to be. However, currently he's actually playing Ori and the Blind Forest for the first time ever. A game that I also really love. And he's also not having like, you know, thousands of viewers currently either. So, yeah, I think we're gonna send people over there. Because I love the game and I love to showcase the game too. So, yeah, I think we're gonna raid over there. Never gets old hearing that. It really doesn't. Let's see if raid actually works. Yeah, it seems like it does. Alright guys, so if you want to come along with a raid, feel free to copy and paste raid emotes there. And yeah, I will be back tomorrow with more of Ghost Runner. We're gonna try to get into the second part of the game. I think we're about at 6 missions done out of 17, so about 1/3 through the game. And yeah, then on Friday we're gonna come back to this and really dive into the full exploration of Paris and everything. So yeah, hope everyone's having a great rest of the day, and I will catch you all in the next one. Take care.